Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Anything big going on? Sorry, Chiefs fans, not sorry. I appreciate you guys being here today. We know that you have many, many choices to make in the morning, and we are grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. There's a weird echo. Of course there is. Okay. I'll work on that. Stand by. Okay. Hopefully we've got that all worked out, because you know me in tech. Happy Monday, everybody. I'm glad you're here. Thank you to my team for keeping me honest this morning with a whole bunch of other shit. But hopefully that's better. Mike isn't miking. Mike isn't miking. Interesting. Okay. Can you guys not hear me? It sounds like your mic is off. Sounds like my mic is off. That's weird. I don't know why that would be. Let me try this. Stand by. It's always rough when you start the show and you test it and then shit goes sideways. And is that any better to everybody? We do hear you. Sounds fine to you. You can hear, all I'm hearing is a squeaky floor sound. Hear you loud and clear. Fine. Sounds good. I can hear, it just sounds like you're in a tiled room. Perfect. Okay. All right. I guess we're just going to go with it, because I can't tell. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you very much, as you know. We've got a lot to cover today, obviously. And when you're, just a couple of hours away from the news, never mind a couple of days, and this is what happens. But first, I want to just remind folks that there is a gifting goal today. Please do your part and consider contributing to that. Also, tapping is clapping and sharing is caring. I would like to ask also that if you are considering, was the perfect description? Yeah, it's fine. If you're considering subscribing, we still know that the TikTok app is not available in the merch store. In the Apple Store or Google Play. So it makes it challenging to regift. I know some people can. The mic is connected. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. That sounds fine to me. Anyway, I'll just wing it. Hopefully you guys are here and it doesn't become too annoying. Anyway, the merch store, the app store thing is weird. So I would ask if you guys would please consider subscribing to our site. It's FactsStillMatter.site. You can find that link also, the Facts HQ. The link is in my bio. You can find that over there. Also, as a subscriber, you get discounts on merch. We actually have a new merch program that subscribers will get a gift for subscribing. We're working on the details of that. More to come a little bit later. That's the whole shebang, right? So we've got a couple of things I want to mention that 1 week from today, let me see if I can find it. 1 week from today, we will be joined by this amazing person. Her name is Gabe Alamont. We've been talking about these two special elections that are coming up in Florida in April, and then one more in Northern New York, which is also, the date of that one is to be determined. But Gabe Alamont is running in District 1, Matt Gaetz' old seat, and Josh Weil is running in District 6. Gabe's going to be joining us next Monday for a one-on-one conversation. Also, there is an organization. My mic is plugged in. I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Is that any better? Hopefully. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Oh, God damn it. Hold on. I know what it is. I got it figured out. Hold on. That, everybody. Is that better? Yes, that's better. Shocker that was user error. So weird. Anyway, Gay's going to be joining us next Monday for an interview. There's an organization that supports her cause and also supports Josh Weil and other down ballot candidates. It's called the National Ground Game. And you'll find the link into that in the link tree in my bio. And it's basically an organization that is trying to align resources in every state. This is their description. Again, it's called National Ground Game. You'll find the link in the link tree that's in my bio. National Ground Game is a grassroots-powered PAC that deploys organizers in all 50 states. We strive to spark meaningful conversations that inspire action toward a transformative working class agenda. Their vision the vision of a political sphere that champions the interests of working class Americans in every state. The challenges we face require a united, informed, and engaged public. Deep canvassing can change the conversation from divisive rhetoric to collaborative problem solving. By addressing voters' concerns on a personal level, deep canvassing has the power to mobilize communities, strengthen democracy, and bring about real lasting change. So again, please check it out. The link tree is in the link to that National Ground Game is in the link tree that is in my bio. So as we've talked, there's an opportunity to flip the house. And if that happens, and that would be amazing, Gay's going to be joining us next Monday, 9 o'clock Eastern time. We'll have that conversation with Gay, and we're working on getting Josh on the show as well. So we'll keep you posted on that. We know that if those 3 seats flipped, then we stop the Trump agenda in its tracks based on status quo, right? We're going to get into a lot of sort of minutia regarding constitutionality of some of the things that the Trump team has done today or is doing now. And I think it's really, really important that we have these conversations because, like I said, I don't think the news covers this deeply enough. So we're gonna go deep today because the deeper, the better, as we know. All right. Let's see. Do I have a guest? No. Okay. First things first. Gas is up another 2 cents. So gas has been continually climbing since Inauguration Day. The jobs report came out recently, and it was under estimates. So hiring slowed in January as U.S. employers added 143,000 jobs, down from an initial estimate of 170, amid the LA wildfires, frigid weather across much of the nation, and the uncertainty generated by President Trump's trade and immigration policies. So there's that. So much for America First and winning. So as a reminder, Joe Biden was the only president in American history to have a positive job growth every single month of his administration. So there you go. Shocker. Again, economists had estimated around 170,000 jobs. So there's that. Okay, so do you remember last week? Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. I appreciate you very much. If you remember last week, we talked about this theory of Opus Dei, right? So Opus Dei is a group, a sect, a far right sect within the Catholic Church, politically with a lot of political influence. One of the main principles of their movement is the consolidation of the executive branch. So the unitary executive theory, and in their mind, what that means is the executive has more power constitutionally than, I don't know, the Constitution says. So we've seen since the Inauguration Day a lot of challenging norm through using executive orders. So part of that whole theory of the unitary executive in their belief set is that executive orders can, in fact, supersede the law. So we all know that executive orders do not supersede law in our system. What the Trump administration is doing is challenging that, and they're going to continue to challenge it until someone pushes back. Is the someone us? Is the someone the courts? So we're going to get into a class action lawsuit that Jamie Raskin is considering filing on behalf of every American citizen, specifically because of the criminality regarding access to the Treasury. Going through our personal information by an unelected official. Okay, so I want to start with some just a couple of things specific to the Constitution. I'm going to try to keep it high level. And I want to thank my amazing team who've helped compile this, because over the weekend, there was a flurry of activity trying to keep track of all this stuff. And then we get the news that Vivek and, well, I'll just read it to you. So Vivek and JD questioning whether or not there's the legality of the separation of powers, basically saying that the separation of powers thing is just nonsense. So this was a post by JD. If a judge tried to tell, this was on X, T-Mood, Twitter, whatever the fuck you want to call it. If a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general in how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. You know how we talk about gaslighting? So the way in which he says that is another example of the gaslight, right? Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Judges' responsibility in our system of checks and balances is to determine whether or not elements of laws being passed and or executive orders are in fact constitutional. So yes, that is the role within our system. So judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. That brings us to the Constitution. Okay, and I'll there are some things that I'm going to sort of play some audio, and I'm going to try to piece this together for you guys. Haven't slept much in the past couple of days trying to put this together. So if you appreciate that, consider subscribing. My pay apps are right there as well. It's all the same, and we're streaming on YouTube. Please consider subscribing over there. Okay, so we have to first go to Article 1 of the Constitution. And I want to do that, and I'm going to play some audio to support it because I think this is the biggest tell. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, is a constitutionalist, Christian nationalist for sure, but a constitutionalist. All right, so he has gone on the record numerous times saying that yes, I'm an advocate in the separation of powers. So I'll just let him tell you in his own words because I think it speaks a lot to it.
I'm a fierce advocate and defender of Article 1. I mean, look, we are the legislative branch. There's a reason the Founding Fathers put the Congress, the legislative branch, as the first article in the Constitution, and we're going to vigorously defend that. But what's happening right now?
Okay, let's just play that part again, because then anything after but, remember? Let's just listen to what he says.
I'm a fierce advocate and defender of Article 1. I mean, look, we are the legislative branch. There's a reason the Founding Fathers put the Congress, the legislative branch, as the first article in the Constitution, and we're going to vigorously defend that. But
we're going to vigorously defend that. Okay. He's speaking about Article 1 of the Constitution, the enumerated powers, which gives Congress the ability to pass laws, Congress the ability to spend money from the purse, right? They talk about that. It's a foundational principle of our system of government, right? Congress, legislative branch, judicial branch, executive branch, and the intention is that there's oversight, right? So also, I want you to hear the next part after the but.
What's happening right now, I think there's a gross overreaction in the media to what is happening. The executive branch of government in our system has the right to evaluate how executive branch agencies are operating.
Interesting word choice there. Has the right to evaluate. Okay? Has the right to evaluate. Remember that.
And to ensure that not only the intent of Congress in funding mechanisms, but also the stewardship of precious American taxpayer dollars is being handled well.
Incorrect. Absolutely incorrect.
That's what they're doing by putting a pause on some of these agencies and by evaluating them, by doing these internal audits. That is a long overdue, much welcome development. That's what the American people demand and deserve. And that's what's happening. So we don't see this as a threat to Article 1 at all. We see this as an active, engaged, committed executive branch authority doing what the executive branch should do. I'm a fierce...
Okay, so we heard that, right? His idea, his point was, and he's correct in his first element there, that the Article 1, and we'll talk about that in just a second, Article 1 gives Congress these powers, right? But his word twisting, again, part of the gaslight, he's trying to convince people who are not paying attention that the president is within their authority, the executive branch, I should say, is within its authority to do this. Well, there is a interesting follow-up to that interview. So that was a press conference he does at this in the speaker's office. I think he does it once or twice a week, depending on what's happening. But as part of that presser, a reporter asked this question. So, just to be clear, unelected government officials are dangerous, but unelected billionaires making policy decisions is fine. To which Mike Johnson responds, "Well, that's not what I said." Reporter then says, "Right, but it's what's happening. You're handing major government functions to a private citizen with no oversight. If he was in the EPA, you'd be calling him a deep state bureaucrat." To which Mike Johnson responds, "I think you're misunderstanding the situation." To which the reporter says, "No, I think I'm just describing it out loud." That's kind of it. Think about the messaging and all the rhetoric that we got from the right. leading up to the election, or I should say since the Trump era. It's the deep state. It's the deep state, unelected bureaucrats, going to clean house, Schedule F, all the elements of Project 2025, right? We're going to replace career civil servants because they're part of the administrative deep state, and we're going to appoint MAGA loyalists to do the job. Elon Musk is not an elected official. Mike Johnson saying that he believes and supports Article 1 of the Constitution, which gives the legislative branch oversight in an attempt to justify what Donald Trump and Doge and his minions, like the summer camp counselors and training team, what they're doing. Okay. So you guys with me? All right. So then that leads us to, again, thank you for my team for pulling this together. This is amazing shit. So first, Article 1 of the Constitution. All legislative powers, this is Article 1, Section 1 of the fucking Constitution. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House. Section 2, the House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year. Basically, this is the establishment of Congress, okay? Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states, which may be included within this union according to their respective numbers. Again, it's telling us in the Constitution what Congress's role is. Mike Johnson's quote again, listen to this. This, again, I'm trying to paint the picture here for you, so bear with me. This is what he says after the but.
The Constitution, and we're going to vigorously defend that. But what's happening right now, I think there's a gross overreaction in the media to what is happening. The executive branch of government in our system has the right to evaluate how executive branch agencies are operating.
Does it? Really? Okay, so let's go back to what the powers of the Constitution say about that. Okay, the Constitution establishes and sets up all the branches of government, right? That's what it gives the powers to the president, gives powers to the judicial branch, gives power to the legislative branch, and then clearly defines a separation of powers. So, powers of the branch, the executive branch. This is the presidential oath. Article 2, Section 1. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States and will to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Okay? We've all heard that before. Article 2, Section 2. Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, grant reprieves and pardons, accept impeachments, make treaties, provided 2/3 of the Senate concur, nominate ambassadors, public ministers and consuls, judges with Senate approval, fill vacancies that happen during the recess of the Senate, which expire at the end of their next session. Article 2, Section 3. Can convene both houses, can receive ambassadors, can take care that all the laws are faithfully executed, and commission all officers. That's it. Those are the powers granted under the Constitution to the executive branch. Again, Mike Johnson. Listen to what he says.
So, gross overreaction in the media to what is happening. The executive branch of government in our system has the right to evaluate how executive branch agencies are operating and to ensure that not only the intent of Congress in funding mechanisms, but also the stewardship of precious American taxpayer dollars.
It's an absolute bold-faced fucking lie. And he knows it. And you can tell by the way he answers questions. I've been watching Mike Johnson, and he's got this tell when he knows he's caught. He kind of looks down at the podium as opposed to making eye contact with the people that are interviewing him, and he's got this little uncomfortable laugh. So you can hear it. It's coming up.
The first article in the Constitution, and we're going to vigorously defend that. But what's happening right now, I think there's a gross overreaction in the media.
There it is.
What is happening?
Did you hear it? Gross overreaction in the media. Okay, so the picture that we're trying to paint here for you is that language that J.D. Vance and Elon Musk are using, which is if a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. That would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general in how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. Both of those examples are true. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. That is absolutely incorrect. The legitimate power granted to the president, we just went over. It's outlined in the Constitution. So everything that they are doing Again, unelected bureaucrats, Elon Musk and his cronies, they are now infiltrating government agencies. And as a reminder, Department of Labor, Department of the Treasury, Department of Education, Department of Transportation, all of these agencies, cabinet level positions in our government, are subjected to congressional oversight. Each of them, each agency, right? They all are subjected to government oversight. Do you know what's not? That would be DOJ. DOJ is not a government agency, an official government agency. It was appointed, right? These appointments made by by the president, right? The guy with the fake steering wheel. They absolutely cannot. The executive branch does not have that power. They are pushing this, friends. We told you this. This has been part of the plan, and you'll remember. I'll just, as a reminder, let's go back in history a little bit. Do you remember? You guys remember? Let's see if I can find it. Do you remember when we said we talked about this a lot, and I was accused of gaslighting, right? And I was accused of fear mongering, and every time I brought it up, the right would say, "You guys that's just bullshit. There's no way that you would ever do that." Okay, so this was a post by Trumpage during I think it was like in June or December of 2022. Okay, on Truth Social. All right, this was. Just again, backstory. We know that there was no widespread fraud and deception in the 2020 election. We know that Donald Trump lost. We know that he lied to his voters, led an insurrection, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is what he said. So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democratic Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? This part. A massive fraud of this type, of which there was none, and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. This has been on their radar from the beginning. This is a fundamental principle of the unitary executive and the blurring the lines of separation of powers. This is behind the Opus Dei movement. This is consolidation of powers to the executive branch, doing away with the democratic processes, small d. I was in a conversation with some friends over the weekend about how, well, they won't do that. Well, they won't do this. Well, they won't do that. Well, we have to assume that they will because they're doing it. We are now living, this is the ultimate constitutional crisis, right? So you guys remember if we go back to the 2020 election in the certification, and there was talk about the potential constitutional crisis that would have been created if Mike Pence had accepted the fake electors, and what would have happened, right? Thinking back on that now, at the time, we thought that is so fucking serious. We are so lucky that didn't happen. That's like playing with blocks in the sand compared to what we're talking about now. Our Constitution, our system of government, is built on the separation of powers. The co-equal branches of government, although the legislative branch in our system is designed to have the most power because they are the ones that pass laws and spend money. Obviously, the president can veto. Congress can then override the veto with 2/3 majority. So this is kind of where we've landed. So the reason that we tell you this stuff is because you need to know. And I don't think mainstream media is going to talk about it like we're going to talk about it, because we've got time to lay it out. We're not subjected to commercials. We're not subjected to, we've got time. It is scary. It is real because it's happening. And then the question is, what are we going to do about it? So again, I'll mention the organization National Ground Game. You'll find the link to that in the link tree in my bio. We have to be active. We have to be active, friends. Everybody keeps asking the question, what can we do? Go to the link tree in my bio, follow the instructions, sign up. Every state across the country is looking for volunteers to help elect down ballot Democrats. April 1st, there are 2 special elections in Florida. In District 1 and in District 6, Gabe Alamont, Josh Wheel, respectively, Gabe Elma, I'm honored to say, will be joining me next Monday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern time for an interview. We'll talk about that, talk about her candidacy, how you can get involved. Hopefully going to be able to do the same with Josh. And then we have a special election in upstate New York. If those 2 seats in Florida flip, then Congress is tied 217-217. Legislation stops. Okay? Legislation stops because there's no speaker, because there's no majority party, right? It'd be a shared responsibility. Again, another scenario that we've not had, right? And then that seat in upstate New York, which is Elise Stefanik's seat, which is like not far, just across the lake from me, that will decide control of Congress. So you keep asking, what can you do? What can you do? Can you volunteer? Can you phone bank? If you live in those districts, can you knock on doors? Can you talk to your neighbors? This is real, folks. This is what's happening. This is the party I'm starting to see in some of the right-wing spaces that I go to. Remember, I go there so you don't have to. You're welcome, although I have not been going as much lately. What's the point? But I do listen in. You're even starting to see some remorse. Like, why are we threatening Canada? Like, why are we focusing on stupid things like renaming the Gulf of Mexico? And just so you know, just because the priorities are in such order, this is something that he's focused on. This is on his Truth Social page. Says, and I quote, I'm going to avoid the sound effect because many of you say don't like it. But all right, I'm doing it anyway because I like it.
For far too long, the U.S. has minted pennies, which literally cost us more than 2 cents. This is so wasteful. I have instructed my Secretary of the U.S. Treasury to stop producing new pennies. Let's rip the waste out of our great nation's budget, even if it's a penny at a time. MAGA 2025.
Okay, is that a priority? Really? It's a priority to be worrying about pennies? Has anybody heard anything about how prices are going to get lowered? Has anybody heard anything about what they're going to do about veteran poverty, veteran houselessness? Anybody? We're going to go through the USAID. Again, thank you to my amazing team. We're going to go through the USAID lies that have been told. And you guys can figure it out for yourself. And I know that there are MAGA in the chat. I know you guys are in here listening. I know you won't request necessarily, but I'm hoping that we can have a conversation. I do have a morning, Teddy. How are you today?
Good morning. How are you? I'm pretty good.
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I have a question.
Okay.
I remember when the current president was doing his campaign, he was saying that immigrants are stealing our jobs.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And what is Elon Musk?
He's an immigrant stealing our jobs.
And he's making all these decisions about the current state of America.
That's exactly the point.
And why aren't they going crazy after him?
Why aren't they what? I didn't
Why
hear
aren't
that.
they going crazy after him?
Because they're in a cult.
That's one thing I've been trying to run around. It's just, yeah. It's
A cult. City.
that was it.
Thanks.
Had a day.
Would you go? President Trump's America by president had this about that. Watch the real deal on prep show. Interview for home team. Literally, and that's why they is he is so keep hearing members. If you subscribe way, yeah, your way. So again, if you would consider subscribing, I'd really appreciate that. Speaking of that, thank you, Forest on Fire. Really, really appreciate you guys. Also, brand new products in the merch store, including a Do Something t-shirt, feral as fuck. We've got the Trump shirt that says fuck Trump in Morse code. And then some other things in there as well. So there's a lot of stuff. Again, if you want to contribute to the channel, that's the best way to do it. I was just asked, we are streaming on YouTube, and eventually we still don't know. And it's kind of weird that there's not a lot of, updates on TikTok. We don't really know. That date is coming. I think it's in early April, maybe. I'm not sure. But yeah, actually, does it coincide? It might even coincide with the day the government's supposed to shut down. They could be one and the same. Anywho, that's my ask. So please support the channel. A couple of ways you can do it. Pay apps are right there. A lot of people involved to try to make this show, try to make me look good, which ain't easy. So thank you guys for that. All right. Let me just double check here. Thank you, Will742. I appreciate you. Your $5 on Cash App. Thanks, Steve, for doing this every day. I couldn't. Well, I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you saying that, brother. Thank you very much. Okay. So let's go. Let's kind of pivot a little bit to, well, actually, let's do this first, because I think this is staggering. So I've told you guys to follow the money, right? Always follow the money. Well, within the next 3 years, let me find the list here. There will be our first trillionaires. And the first trillionaire is expected to be Elon Musk. We sort of know that. He's on track to be a trillionaire, the world's first trillionaire that we know of, by the end of 2027, so 2 years. Also, Gautam Adani, he's the Indian billionaire, businessman, and founder of the Adani Group. He's expected to become a trillionaire by 2028. Trillionaire, okay? Bernard Arnault, the chairman and CEO of Moet, Hennessy, Louis Vuitton, LVMH, the world's largest luxury goods company, is expected to become a trillionaire by 2029. And then Mukesh Ambani, the chairman and managing director of Reliance Industries Limited, RIL, India's most valuable company, is expected to become a trillionaire by 2033. Trillionaires. Okay? So, did some math. Okay? A trillionaire, this is going to disturb you, but we need to talk about it. A trillionaire could buy all 32 NFL teams, the National Football League, all 32 NFL teams, all 30 NBA teams, all 30 Major League Baseball teams, and all 32 NHL teams 3 times. Could buy all those, so that's 120 professional sports teams. The average worth of professional sports teams in our country is $2.5 billion. They could buy each of the 4 major sports teams 3 times over, and buy Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, KFC, Ford Motor Company, and General Motors, and still have $10 billion left over. Oligarchy. Do we still think that our elected officials aren't bought and paid for? Like, you could buy 120 professional sports teams in our country 3 times over by General Motors, Ford, KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, and still have $10 billion left over. Follow the money. Oligarchs in charge of government making laws to benefit oligarchs, a system built to protect them and support them, and lying to the American people about it as everyday Americans struggle, as members of marginalized communities are under threat and have their rights taken away, as women are being told that they have to run their healthcare decisions by the men in their lives, that there are now only 2 genders, that the BIPOC community basically will continue to be suppressed like they have been from day one, taking away healthcare benefits for children, punishing kids who go to public school by not wanting to pay for Head Start programs, complaining about student loan debt. Follow the money. Speaking of that, let's go to the USAID. So one of the things that I think has been convoluted in these conversations is that I don't think anybody would disagree that there's waste in our government, right? I don't think anybody would disagree with that. Who would and why? Of course, right? But when you go after organizations like USAID, and we talked about this a lot last week, their primary principle is humanitarian aid. That's their primary gig. That's what they do. They are out investing in communities around the world that are under threat of civil war and violence and humanitarian crises, whether they be natural disasters or things like that. That is the bulk of what they do. And I forget what the percentage is. It's like less than 0.1% of our overall budget. And that's the group that they talk about. And the right is spinning with this now because there's been no report. There's been no detailed information provided. All they have done is Elon and his Doge boys, again, remember, they are the camp counselors in training, his team, have talked a big game. And then it's been repeated by the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, felon, backseat driver. Yeah, you're right, John. Medical and food aid. That's it. So the claims that they have been making are endless. Some, for example, Pentagon waste, Treasury payment access, USAID specific claims. USAID budget, they say that there's $40 billion a year in wasteful spending. There is no confirmation of that anywhere. None. Administrative costs. The claim is $153 million per year savings from dissolution. Again, not dissolution, by the way. It requires Congress to dissolve it. This entire thing, let me back up a second. This entire thing is under the guise of Congress. As we discussed before, Article 1 powers, separation of powers, clearly defines Congress's role. They hold the purse. We talk about that all the time, right, guys? We talk about that all the time. We know Congress is the one that appropriates money. Now, if there is wasteful spending in government, like, I don't know, for example, taxpayer dollars paying to send the president to the Super Bowl, or putting undocumented migrants on planes where it could cost us $8,000 a flight instead of costing us like $85,000 a flight. I don't know, continue to hand out corporate tax cuts, shit like that. Let's really talk about where the wasteful spending comes from. Part of this whole game of the tariff argument, right, is that they have to figure out a way to pay for the tax cuts, follow the money. So guesstimates are that the tax cuts will cost the American taxpayers, another few $1 trillion. Trump tax cuts from the TCJA weren't paid for the first time. Okay? They weren't paid for the first time. We're still feeling the effects of that. So what do they want to do now? They want to double down and go deeper. They've convinced the American people that it's okay for us to do that. Do you notice they don't really talk about it very much? The details behind it. Gee, I wonder why. It's because our taxes will go up. While Elon Musk, as a reminder, within 2 years on this track, he'll become the world's first trillionaire, and he's going to get a tax break. Everybody talks about, Elon Musk paid $11 billion in taxes on $750 billion of worth. You see? Follow the money. Other things like, DEI contracts, complete bullshit. Individual programs. Let's talk about the Sesame Street in Iraq program. Okay. This is the one that I think is one of the most disturbing. I think when you talk about humanitarian aid and you talk about lifting communities out of poverty, and there's a variety of ways you can do that. When somebody hears $20 million, when you're talking about a budget that is the size of ours, By the way, thank you for saying that's where I was going, Mama. That program started during the Trump administration, but their right wing flunkies won't talk about that now, will they? Of course not. All right, so let's go through the list. As the Trump administration moves to dismantle the U.S., this is from AP, that they move to dismantle the USAID. False and misleading information is being pushed on social media to support the change, much of it spread by the administration of Elon Musk. The Post raises questions about funding for certain projects and organizations, often claim without evidence that the money was used inappropriately. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said to reporters on Tuesday that USAID had spent $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplace, $70,000 for the production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. Those claims were picked up and spread widely on social media throughout the week. Only the grant to a Serbian organization called Grupa Izađi was awarded by USAID. Its stated aim is to, quote, to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces and business communities. The rest were awarded by the State Department's office under the Secretary of Secretary of Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs. In 2022, it granted $70,884 to an Irish company for a live musical event to promote the U.S. and Irish shared values of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. A grant of $25,000 was awarded in 2021 to University in Columbia to raise awareness and increase the transgender representation through the production of an opera, with an additional $22,000 coming from non-federal funding, and $32,000 awarded in 2022 to a Peruvian organization funded, quote, a tailor-made comic featuring an LGBTQ plus hero to address social and mental health issues. What's the total there? Couple $100,000. So the lie, again, the gaslight is that this is all DEI. We're funding DEI. We're funding DEI, 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 DEI. I just gave you where the funding came from. Not USAID, came from the State Department for diplomacy purposes, and to speak of shared values. And a lot of these programs started during the first Trump administration, right? All right, it gets a little bit deeper. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Let me just check over here real quick. Please consider subscribing as well, guys. Working on a new program where we've got some subscriber gifts. If you subscribe, then we're working on a whole bunch of new things. Bookmarks and coasters and koozies and a whole bunch of other shit. I'm going to bring, actually, speaking of that, why don't we just bring up Eve and Eve can talk about it. Hello.
Good morning, my friend.
How you doing?
I'm good. It's a Monday morning, and I'm ready to face this week head on.
I hope so. I'd like to think that I am too. I'm here. So yes, let's LFG, as we say in our little community. LFG.
Absolutely. I love that. Well, I thought I'd come up here and do you a solid and make a morning mod announcement for you.
Please, I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. Good morning, everyone. I'm here, as you know, to remind you to support our fabulous hostess with the mostest. He's here every day with that feral fist for freedom, bringing you facts over feelings because facts still matter and they always will. So if you have the means, let's help facts. You can find the pay apps in the link tree of his bio, as well as the Facts HQ hub link and the Discord link. You can also reach the Facts HQ via the FactsStillMatter.site, and you can view and purchase merch. You can view, and that's one of our perks. As Steve mentioned, we are also going to give away a little free gift for our members who make a purchase of merchandise. If you're not a sub, it's time to get on board. It's only $3 a month. There's a discount. It's a fun free forum for the Facts family to frolic, then join the Discord. If the link doesn't work, just reach out to a moderator and we'll hook you up. When you join, please, please open a ticket and verify your account. The Discord server has a whole bunch of channels in there that you won't be able to access until you get verified. So if you have, just ask in the unverified lobby and we'll walk you through it. It's really user friendly once you get going. Now, if you haven't already, please click the follow or heart me up at the top next to Fax's name. You can join the team for the cost of a penny. You can do this every day, and it helps to keep us relevant and on the FYP. Now, as I mentioned, there is a gift goal, and we'd love to reach it. But if you can't donate, no worries. All we ask is that you interact in the comments as well as tapping your little hearts out. It's always free to tap and share out the live. If you don't have any friends, just click the copy link. It works the same as a share, and no one will be the wiser. Plus, you're in the best place possible to make some new friends by interacting in the chat. After this live, when you have a chance, please hop over to YouTube and subscribe to Facts Still Matter. You can rewatch shows. If you missed any information, you can go back and find that. Subscriptions on YouTube are free, just like following your favorite creators here on TikTok. Lastly, I want to say be kind, smile at a stranger, and have a fuck your feelings kind of day.
Everybody, please, if you wouldn't mind, some hearts in the chat for Eve, because a lot of these, Eve really stepped in and along with Erica and really got our Facts HQ to where it is now. Throws a whole bunch of ideas at me and really, 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 really cares about what we're doing here. So hearts in the chat for Eve. And would you like your exit?
I would. Thank you. I love you.
Love you too. Are you going to wee? Okay. Thank you, Eve. And thank you everybody for involved. I don't say this enough. And I really wish that people could understand that, I'm here every single day, but I could not do this. When I started doing lives a while ago, sure, it was a bunch of information, but we've really shifted our channel to be educational, informational, and obviously there'll be a few debates in there, but no way it happens without my mod team. Absolutely no possible way any of this happens, right? So everybody, whoever watches lives anywhere, if you've got a favorite creator, know that that creator could not do what they do without their mods. So hearts in the chat for mods. I love you guys very, very much. All right. So everybody, again, follow Eve's orders and tap like crazy, right? Because you don't want Eve, as sweet as she sounds, you do not. I'm just glad she's my friend. Let's put it that way. Okay. I want to go back to a couple things. First of all, let me just double check here. Any new subscribers? Excellent. Thank you guys for that. So we've been discussing this morning the divide between what is real and what is not, specifically as it relates to this government takeover, this coup, because it's here. It is on our shores. The whole, we giving Mike Johnson standing in front of a press corps saying that the executive branch has the ability to do what it's doing is a bold-faced fucking lie. He knows it. Congress has the power. Congress has oversight. DOJ is not a government agency by design, because if they did, they would have congressional oversight. Now, if there was so much, if Congress, the GOP leadership, because they're the ones that control the agenda, if there was nothing wrong with what Elon Musk is doing, then why not bring him in to testify? Funny that they won't do that. All right, so we're going to go through some of the spending that has been, accusations that have been made against the USAID. A Burma scholarship, for example, Gaza medical aid, right? So let's talk about this one. So this is an interesting, this is an interesting one as well, because they talk about the $50 million in condoms, which, by the way, would buy 2 billion condoms. There's never been any evidence to prove any of that. Trump's team targets USAID with false claims. As Trump moves forward with plans to overhaul USAID, some of his closest allies, including his son and Elon Musk, are spreading false information about the aid organization, as we know. Okay. Founded to provide foreign aid and support international development, the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, operated in more than 100 countries with a budget of $50 billion. Okay? But not even a month into his second term, Trump now plans to cut its workforce from 10,000 employees down to fewer than 300. The overhaul has been accompanied by false claims about an organization Trump's team believes has been wasting taxpayer dollars. Hollywood stars, for example, paid by USAID. Here's the claim. USAID sponsored celebrity trips to Ukraine, including visits by Hollywood stars Ben Stiller and Angelina Jolie, according to several social media posts, including a video that was reposted by X. DJT retweeted it. Here's the fact check. It's false. The video bears the logo of E! News, an entertainment site owned by NBC Universal. In the video, a female voice explains the goal of those USAID-funded trips was to increase the popularity of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, especially in the U.S. The spokesperson, however, told French news agency AFP that the video is not authentic and did not originate from them. Several of the stars involved have denied having received any money from USAID. Stiller, for instance, said on his account on X, this is completely self-funded, and I did not ask for any money, nor was I funded. His trip to the Ukraine said there was no funding from USAID. A possible hint as to where the false claim originated? Social media posts on X. Again, it's important that we talk about this here because you're not going to get the mainstream media to kind of cover these little details. So it'll just left out there. And because the right-wing echo chamber is so loud and obnoxious, you're going to hear it recycled. You can go into right-wing lives. I guarantee you they'll be talking about this. So this is the exercise. It's a clear decide. You're going to either believe the people who are being accused of taking this money, right? And they're going to say, well, they're just lying. But meanwhile, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, who have no evidence to support these claims, will lie to their people and their people will believe it. So that's just another example. $50 million worth of condoms for Gaza. Not only has USAID directly been a target of mis and disinformation, foreign aid in general is being used to spread false claims, as can be seen in a viral example in which Trump claimed the U.S. was sending shipments of condoms worth $50 million to Gaza. Here's the claim. We identified and stopped 50 million, although at one point he said 100 million. We identified and stopped 50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for H Group. 50 million, Trump said. Earlier, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt made a similar claim about, quote, saying, about to be $50 million taxpayer dollars that went out of the door to fund condoms in Gaza. That is a preposterous waste of taxpayer money. Okay? Fact check. False. Trump and his spokesperson appeared to be referring to a $100 million USAID grant to the International Medical Corps, an NGO providing medical and trauma services in Gaza. Last week, a State Department spokesperson tweeted that the agency had prevented $102 million in unjustified funding to a contractor in Gaza, including money for contraception, thanks to a pause in foreign assistance. USAID works closely with IMC, which issued a press release after the controversy. It stated that since the October 7, 2023 attacks on the H Group, by the H Group on Israel, it had received over $68 million from USAID to support its operations. To clarify, no U.S. government funding was used to procure or distribute condoms nor to provide family planning services. In short, there is no evidence the U.S. ever sent $50 million worth of condoms to Gaza. More. Did USAID pay Schmeck's offender Jeffrey Epstein? The claim. A claim on X suggested that USAID was paying American financier and convicted Schmeck's offender Jeffrey Epstein. The post shows a screenshot of a document with payments for Epstein under the name Kaiser Foundation Health Plan. Fact check. False. The Epstein document is referring to is not the American financier, but a namesake, Jeff Epstein, who was a high-ranking representative at the healthcare company mentioned in the document, Kaiser Foundation Hospitals. It's not that difficult to fact check this shit. Okay? So this is kind of where we are. This is, and again, we can't let the right own the misinformation stream. As we reported on last week, Steve Bannon has gone on the record talking about muzzle velocity of misinformation. Throw a whole bunch of shit out there. And you guys know, you'll be trolling TikTok today. People, creators will have reps or, MAGA up in their lives. And I guarantee you they're going to be talking about those things. Okay? Remember, you heard it here first. These are just bold-faced fucking lies. None of it is true. None of it. None of it. And it's easy to debunk. It's easy to fact check. This goes out to everybody. Obviously, we know the right is indoctrinated into a cult, but people on the left are a little bit lazy. Find the information. Don't just, sure, you can rely on me, but fact check me, right? Fact check me. Go ahead. I want you to. This is dangerous to say the least. But these are just a few examples. There's more. We also have Haitian disaster relief, right? There was money that they said was wasted there. Jordan contraceptives for Pakistan gender equity, Afghanistan aid, global health supply chains, Power Africa initiatives. These are all claims that have been made as far as the money that they say that they're finding that's been wasteful in the federal government. One thing that I found is interesting is we went through the list of like the Sesame Street funds, which came to roughly $150,000. Do you know that Pete Hegseth put in a request for emergency painting for his house painting, emergency painting of his house in D.C. for $50,000? So I'm waiting for the Department of Defense's audit. Let's hope they do that the same way. Okay. I bring this shit up to you guys because, again, it's incredibly important that we keep an eye on the prize. The eye on the prize is defending democracy, but reminding everybody that this is the oligarchs taking over our country. This is a coup. This is the intention of the billionaires to get richer to punish everybody else. Think about the things in the first round of executive orders that they went after. Head Start, WIC money, women in crisis, right? School lunch programs, community health centers, protection for women, all these things that were on their chopping block. And instead, they are prepping to deliver another tax cut without any address to the poverty, without addressing any of the fundamental issues that Trump ran on, that his voters said that they supported. Welcome to the oligarchy. Welcome to it. Welcome to the club. Welcome to corruption. Are you ignoring your children?
I don't personally have any children. But I would normally have a classroom full of them, but this is my free. I was just going to say, I also think it's really important to say that people often don't understand what the point of foreign aid is, right? And the point of foreign aid is so that countries like yours and mine and other countries that are rich comparatively, that have, and I think we all know this, taken money and resources from other countries who are not able to defend themselves or in a different state. If you don't want those people coming to your country, if you don't want those people to try and get into your country, then the way to do that is to make their countries better, is to give them money for education and healthcare, so that they don't all want to go to your country. So if you shut down USAID and you shut down all of your money that is going abroad to other countries, what you are inevitably going to face is a ton more movement of people across the world. And presumably, Donald Trump doesn't want a ton more movement of people across the world, since he's trying to get out the people that have come into the US, quote unquote, illegally. So,
unless he's trying to tell Palestinians that they have to go to Jordan and Egypt.
Oh yeah, he wants them to move.
Yeah.
And he wants the US to be able to take over other parts of the world, like Greenland and the Panama Canal and Canada.
Totally.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's
fine.
all good. Yeah,
yep.
It's fine. Why not?
Totally.
Go for it.
America first.
Yeah, don't take my name in vain, please. I am America.
America.
Yeah, but it's crazy to me that they don't see the benefit of funding other countries, particularly because the United States is more than capable of giving everybody socialized medicine. It's more than capable of putting in place effective, reasonable aid packages for its own people. It just chooses not to, and they keep voting in the people that choose not to.
Well, it's part of the strategy, Erica. So if you think about it, because of these executive orders about DEI, and because they've ran on a platform of hate, and they've told their voters to despise everyone who doesn't look like they do, right? Everything that they can now justify, they can just wrap under DEI, and their voters will vote for it, meaning they'll support it. So whether it's the most ridiculous things, Elon, every time he talks about something on Twitter, he talks about it in terms of DEI. Every time Trump opens his mouth, he talks about it in terms of DEI. From the Oval Office just the other day, talking about Elon going after the Department of Education, he sprinkles in DEI. So
What's crazy about that is the EO that came out over the weekend regarding South Africa
oh, I
and
know.
offering South African migrants, entry to the US, basically saying because they don't have DEI in South Africa, it is ridiculous. You either want it or you don't want it. And if you don't want it in the US, then you can't suddenly think it's important somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really interesting because I've seen you shared that video with me about how the population of South Africa is, I think the number is 80% black, 80% black to white, yet 70% of the landowners there are white, and the push is saying that there's been illegal theft of land in South Africa, and the way that they've spun.
It's actually worse than that. 6% of people in South Africa are white,
There
and
you
they
go.
own 70% of the land.
There you go. So then the push from the White House through their rhetoric was that there's been theft of property. Well, who do you think is stealing it? So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yep,
Correct. There has been theft, but not by the people you think there has been theft by.
correct.
So again, it again is this rhetoric of Donald Trump that is one rule for other countries, another rule for the US, and people just have to see it. And this is part of, somebody in the comments said you're letting the trees distract you from the forest. No, we're not letting the trees distract us from the forest. The
On the
forest is
contrary.
massive.
Yeah,
The forest is massive, and we're aware of every part of the forest. However, we can only concentrate on one thing at a time. And if we don't do that, then it's so big, it's scary. And so it's much easier to break it down and break the forest down into manageable chunks. The same as we would do if we were logging, right?
correct. Yeah, that's a good analogy. Yeah, again, it's still about money. It's still about follow the money. It's still about the bouncing ball. And just as a reminder to everyone, the resistance is out there if you know where to look. Just keep that in mind. I also think it's really important for people to understand that Russia is still connected to all of this. There's reporting by CNBC in an interview with Vladimir Putin talking about Europe, so you might want to stay for this. Putin says that Europe, quote, will stand at the feet of the master as Trump's tariffs alarm allies. Commenting on Trump's decision to impose trade duties on America's closest allies, the Kremlin said that it's keeping a close eye on, quote, tensions from the sidelines. Russian President Putin praised Donald on last week, saying his second administration, quote, would restore order in Europe. European leaders are gathering with the threat of tariffs likely to be high on the agenda. Vlad warned how Europe will quickly, quote, stand at the feet of the master after U.S. President Trump imposed tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China, provoking a global markets meltdown and alarming European allies. Following Trump's decision to impose these duties, Putin said that Trump's second administration, quote, would restore order in Europe. I assure you, Trump, with his character, his persistence, he will restore order there quite quickly, and all of them, you will see, it will happen quickly soon. They will all stand at the feet of the master and will wag their tails a little. Everything will fall into place. Putin told pro-Kremlin journalist Pavel Zarubin, who represents the primetime Moscow Kremlin. Putin said, that's on Russian state TV, which is, again, is funding right-wing creators. Putin did not give any further explanation as to how Trump could restore order, and it's uncertain what he was referring to with his comments, but Moscow has expressed hopes that its own relationship with the U.S. could improve under Trump. Russia, Russia, Russia.
Well, and the thing is that whole thing makes me feel ill. There's what disorder in Europe? If you're going to establish order, then there has to first be disorder in order to reestablish order.
Just your closet, probably, right, Erica?
Oh, Jesus, if he saw my bedroom floor, I mean, maybe that's what he's talking about. Maybe that's it. It could well be, actually. I know that people have got cameras outside, and who knows, inside of my house, who knows? But yeah, it's why. Sorry, that's an email. It's just wild, and I'm not aware that there is any, there's disorder in Ukraine, but that was perpetrated by Vladimir Putin. It was
exactly.
Yeah, if there is disorder in Europe, he caused it.
And I've got some audio to play about that. So somebody just said this in the chat. So Trump is the poison and the anecdote, right? So this is another example of how, first of all, for those of you, and I see people commenting on it, because you remember that Vladimir Putin went out and said that he would prefer to have Kamala Harris elected as the president, which got the right wing all fired up, right? Thinking, well, gosh, he supports her. Obviously, that's a problem. Well, guess what? That was a lie too. Shocker.
Well, it wasn't even a lie. If you speak to Dave, the angry lawyer, who a lot of us know, who is a Russian speaker, and Russian is his mother tongue. He
Right.
moved to the US when he was small. He will tell you that was a joke. He was joking for his audience.
Of course he was, but the right. Yeah, I guess what I mean. It was a lie, meaning that he never wanted her to be the one that was elected. But sure, it was a joke to his audience. But the right, but the right bought it. They bought it.
100%.
And then that propaganda was then spread over right-wing echo chambers. RTN, people like Tim Pool and Benny Johnson, who took Russian money to spread that propaganda, and here we are. And Vladimir Putin stroking Trump's ego to get him to do his bidding. Greenland, Canada, Panama, the Russian connection.
Yeah, absolutely. And,
Follow the money.
I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump just handed over Alaska to Russia at this point. Why not?
Why not? Right.
It's closer to Russia than it is to the rest of the United States. So.
Oh, well, that's significantly. Yep.
But anyway, I have to teach a lesson on elections and political parties. So that is my afternoon.
Good luck with that.
I'll have fun.
Okay, I'll
see you later.
Talk to you later. Bye. Okay, so I want to talk about. All right, guys, everybody keep tapping and sharing. I really appreciate y'all. Please consider subscribing to our channel. You can do that right there. And my Cash App and Venmo are also listed. So you guys may have seen the cover that, Elon Musk was just recently on the cover of Time. Well, that, I think, bothered the twice impeached, four-time indicted sexually abusing fraudster a little bit, because he was asked about it and he got a little salty when the conversation came up about who was, what Time magazine stood for, and did it even have any relevance anymore. I'm going to see if I can find that audio, because I think it's telling. Do I even have it? I may not even have it anymore. That's okay. The story is such that it's right here. Hold on.
Reaction to the new Time magazine cover that has Elon Musk sitting behind your Resolute desk. タイムマガジンにイーロン・マスクが大統領の机の後ろで座っている写真がありますけども、それに関するコメントは何かありますか?
Is Time Magazine still in business? I didn't even know that.
Oh, that's funny. Is Time Magazine even still in business? That's interesting. Well, attempting to shrug off a recent Time cover showing Elon Musk sitting behind the Resolute desk as president, Trump mockingly asked whether the magazine was, quote, still in business, while claiming he hadn't seen the latest issue. It's interesting, though, considering it comes just weeks after he boasted about being named Time Magazine's Person of the Year, an honor that he's long coveted and first received after winning the presidential election in 2016. Speaking to reporters, he was asked if he had any response to Times portraying the world's richest man as the one who's really in charge. The provocative cover was accompanied by a lengthy story on Musk's upheaval of the federal government, describing it as describing his task as a war on Washington. Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the new Time cover that has Elon sitting behind your Resolute desk? A White House reporter wondered why the president's body language noticeably had changed. No. Is Time Magazine still in business? I didn't even know that. Elon is doing a great job. Well, it goes on to say in the story. Let me see if I can find the quote. On the same day, the magazine's Person of the Year edition hit newsstand, featuring the newly elected president as its recipient. Trump was given his first opportunity to ring the New York Stock Exchange opening bell, calling both the bell ringing and the Time cover a tremendous honor. Trump gushed over being recognized by the magazine. Quote, Time Magazine, getting this honor for the second time, I think I like it better this time, actually. So he's butthurt by that, like big time. That's crazy. How fucking feeble and weak must you be to be so angry about Elon getting the cover that you now want to diss on the magazine that you celebrated being on the cover of? That's fucked up, to say the least. Anyway, more on that in just a minute. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Hi, Lisa. How are you today? Lisa J? Lisa, are you there? Hi there. How are you?
Hi, I'm sorry. I came up by mistake.
It's no problem, friend. You have a good day.
You too. Love the show.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We talked about gas prices. We talked about egg prices. They're still rising. I just want to do some more historical examples of things that we talk about. I've mentioned Tim Snyder before. Tim Snyder is the guy who is an expert on authoritarianism, Russian propaganda. The list is long, his expertise. He's written many books. He's written many books on said subjects, and he is the preeminent expert on Russian propaganda, in particular as it relates to Ukraine. He said this recently: the ongoing actions by Musk and his followers are a coup because the individuals seizing power have no right to it. Elon Musk was elected to no office, and there is no office that would give him the authority to do what he is doing. It is all illegal. It is also a coup in its intended effects to undo democratic practice and violate human rights. Pretty much sums it up. So, since we're talking about Ukraine, I wanted to talk about some.
We have just a few final details to iron out.
Hold on. I wanted to talk about some of the things that Lindsey Graham said over the weekend, because this is circulating around that there is this now the true reasons why we need to be defending Ukraine. And I think that what the disturbing part to me is that this has never come up until now. And Lindsey Graham, to his credit, has been one of the people that's wanted to support Ukraine, right? He's been one of the people that has said, okay, we need to be funding Ukraine. It was always about Russian aggression. It was always about peace in Europe. It was always about stopping Putin at the front door. Well, his story has changed a little bit. Remember, follow the money?
Graham this weekend finally told the truth and admitted the real reason we are sending billions of dollars to Ukraine and training and weapons. Listen.
Either we're going to help Ukraine or we're not. It's now time to give them the F-16s, let them fly the planes, long-range artillery to hit targets inside of Russia. They're sitting on $10 to $12 trillion of critical minerals in Ukraine. They could be the richest country in all of Europe. I don't want to give that money and those assets to Putin to share with China. If we help Ukraine now, they can become the best business partner we ever dreamed of. That $10 to $12 trillion of critical mineral assets could be used by Ukraine and the West, not given to Putin and China. This is a very big deal how Ukraine ends. Let's help them win a war we can't afford to lose. Let's find a solution to this war. But they're sitting on a gold mine to give Putin 10 or 12 trillion dollars of critical minerals that he will share with China is ridiculous.
So, of course, it's not about.
So, again, not about the Ukrainian people, Lindsay. Not about the fact that the invasion of Ukraine was not justified, that Vladimir Putin is a war criminal. Families, innocent children have lost their lives. It's about the money. It's about 10 to trillion. Yeah, they do sit on large reserves of rare earth elements and minerals and all kinds of things. And it is a treasure trove. It is a European's breadbasket, as they talk about. But it's funny, right? They're talking about that now. Before it was corruption. Before it was they're hiding things. Before it was it's money laundering. Okay. So, right-wing morality. Exactly. It's not about innocent lives being lost. It's about Lindsay enriching himself and other members of the right, people who do not support democracy. So, you guys get it yet? I mean, everything is about the money. All of it. The entire boatload of corruption is all about the money. If there's one positive thing that might come out of all this is people realizing that it's the oligarchs that are taking over our country, and innocent lives and marginalized communities be damned. Hey, Benny, how you doing?
Friendly neighbor from up north. How's it going, eh?
It's going, buddy. It's going.
How was your weekend, Steve?
It was busy. We have so much snow. I have 3 feet of snow in my front lawn, and it's still snowing. So it's been busy trying to keep the house, root snow off the roof and driveways shoveled and keep neighbors out of ditches and all kinds of shit. How about you?
To say my weekend was interesting is an understatement.
You got a phone call.
I'm going to drop.
Okay. All right, buddy. All right. So, again, I wanted to take a programming note here real quick. And again, remind people that coming up a week from today, so next Monday, I'm going to be joined by Gay Valamont. Gay is running for Congress, the seat occupied by Matt Gaetz, and we joke that seat's going to have to be disinfected. She's going to be joining us for an interview next Monday, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Also, I want to remind everyone about an organization that's not only supporting Gay, but also supporting Josh Wheel. I was also running in Florida, also working on getting Josh to join us as well. There's an organization, it's called National Ground Game. The link to that is in the link tree in my bio. National Ground Game is a grassroots-powered PAC that deploys organizers in all 50 states. We strive to spark meaningful conversations that inspire action toward a transformative working-class agenda. The vision is we envision a political sphere that champions the interests of working-class Americans in every state. The challenges we are faced require a united, informed, and engaged public. Deep canvassing can change the conversation from divisive rhetoric to collaborative problem solving by addressing voters' concerns on a personal level. Deep canvassing has the power to mobilize communities, strengthen democracy, and bring about real change. What they're looking for, obviously, it's a great way to donate and support the cause. They're raising money to help down-ballot Democrats and progressives get elected. You can sign up to volunteer. What skill sets do you have in your state? Everybody asks for something to do. This is something you can do. So get busy and do it. All right, let me change this back, and then we'll bring Benny back up. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. We appreciate you very much for being here. We know you have choices. All right, there he is. Welcome back, sir.
All right. Yeah. So anyways, you want to talk about snow? We got a decent amount here over the weekend. Took the dog out for a little bit of playtime. She loves the snow. Big dog. Pit bull, bull mastiff mix. They're a handful.
Nice.
But other than that, to say that say that my was interesting was a bit of an understatement. To start it off, thanks Steve, to thank the community. I started posting videos again. You all help me voice once more. Mostly because I'm one pissed off now. So that does making content. Talking about, I'm sure everybody there was that joke had made about a couple of last week, and I was hey, trying to further our trade relations, um, and strengthening our borders too. And what's so shocking is that like, is this true? Oh my God. Which, if Americans thought that was eye opening, Americans didn't know. That's crazy. So I need to make some things clear. No, we're not like mobilizing the troops. We're just, hey, we're making preparations to defend our sovereignty, threatening your Canada's sovereignty. Yeah, we are prepared for a trade war. I mean, we've got some tariffs that are supposed to happen on like tomorrow.
Sorry, there's a lot of snow when the snowplow hits a tree in your front lawn. That's what just happened outside. That's not good.
Relatable.
Yeah.
Relatable.
Sorry.
Yeah. So anyway, I was just talking about how Americans didn't know about Canada defending ourselves and preparing for the worst.
Yeah, the hot mic moment with Trudeau, things like that. Yeah. I mean, this is. I mean, again, what I find, Benny, too, is I've noticed that the typical spaces where you find a lot of the right-wing creators in the space, the tenor of their conversations are different now. That they're in the find out phase and they're starting to kind of have an awakening, so to speak. But the tenor is different. Like they don't know what to say because a lot of the arguments that they've had have been about how they believe in the Constitution. How many have we heard them say that they're constitutionalists? That they couldn't spell the word "we." Things like
Listen,
that.
If I had a nickel for every time they talked about defending the Constitution, I mean, I'd have enough money to. Well, I wouldn't have to work anymore. I'll say that.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that there is a realization that what they signed. I mean, hate to say we told you so, but we told you so. This realization that they're what they're seeing and witnessing, they can't excuse it away. Like they can't excuse it away. When it was about America first, why are we talking about the Panama Canal? Why are we talking about Greenland? Why are we talking about Canada? Why are we talking about renaming the Gulf of America? I want my egg prices to go down. I want my gas prices to go down. Shit like that.
Yeah, to say they've got buyer's remorse. That's the kind of attitude I'm getting.
Some do. I'm not sure they're willing to say it yet publicly enough.
Oh no, they're not. They're not going to say the quiet part out loud, but we all see it. We all hear it. We can pick up on that. And the amount of I still get the comments from all the right wing wackadoos like Canada needs the U.S. You guys have been taking advantage of us for too long. We're going to crush you. And I'm just like, yeah, okay. But I could tell you that a past version of myself would have debated them, would have argued with them, would have tried to get them to see reason. But at this point, I don't care to engage with it. So I just told him to give his balls a tug. And that was
that works.
Yeah. I mean, you have to. We can't dedicate any of our time or energy on these guys right now. We gotta take care of our own. That's where we got to be at. And I've said it before to other fellow Canadians, and I think that my American friends should do the same as well. Let's stop rattling sabers with each other. Let's try to unite. Let's try to come together. Even though I'm not saying you need to unite or come together with MAGA. We're not talking about those guys. uh, we're talking about any leftists, anyone who's center left. Point being, we got to come together. We got to stand united, and we got to stand strong.
We
Because
do indeed.
what is it I always say? Elbows up and keep your stick on the ice.
Thank you, buddy. Stay safe out there.
Take her easy, Steve.
See you later, man. We love Benny. Anybody wants to take, Vermont? I mean, Benny and I joke. I mean, the only thing that would improve about Canadian maple syrup would improve if Vermont maple syrup was part of the equation. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We love Benny. Good morning, Professor. How are you today?
Good morning. How are you? I just
I'm
wanted
all
to,
right.
tag in on what you and Benny were talking about, because, I don't know that I necessarily agree with the buyer's remorse aspect of it because of the cultish nature.
Agreed.
Did you see the video that Will Westmoreland responded to of the farmer?
Yeah, and it blew up like crazy.
Yeah. So, if you go back and watch his original video, the guy, the farmer, he complains about getting in bed with the government. He criticizes the government. At no point does he ever come out in any of his videos and say, yeah, Trump did this to me.
Exactly. It's like we're waiting for him to say that, to go that far, but that was a bridge too far.
Yeah, he criticized Biden. There's videos of him, screaming about Biden, and he voted for, Trump because Biden and Harris didn't go to North Carolina. He was debunked and all the other things, right, that he had said. But, he refused, even after seeing the personal harm that Trump's policies are doing to him, absolutely refused to come out and say, yeah, Trump is doing this. I fucked up with my vote.
Yeah. Well, that was an interesting one because I think for those of you who know Will's joined us a few times. He is attempting to try to speak to rural farmers because that is, and let's be real, that's the blue collar rural American used to be a foundational core of the Democratic Party. It was a reliable voting bloc, and Democrats lost their way and stopped communicating to that voting bloc, so they became lost. And then they felt like they drank the Kool-Aid, literally, so to speak. And now maybe it's an attempt to bring them back because those are Will's people. Those are his people. And I think that's effective. I mean, he can talk to them. I'm still not interested in engaging, to be honest, with that group just yet. But I really respect Will for doing that. It was amazing. He picked up like 60,000 followers from that interaction. That's crazy.
Yeah. I saw his video where he was following up that, right? And I was just like, damn, Will, way to go. But he's got more patience than I do because the guy, in his the farmer's video, Skylar, I think is his name. He was like, well, y'all should be nicer to us. We didn't know. We didn't see it. And I'm like, that's disingenuous as fuck. You might not have seen my particular video, but you've seen other people's videos, right? Even if it's not on TikTok, there's plenty of news sources. You siloed yourself into either OAN or Fox or whatever you listen to. You refuse to step outside of your silo to kind of look at the thing. And, so no, I'm not going to handhold you and be nice.
That's right. I'm working, by the way, with Will a little bit, guys, as we're trying to organize how we message more to some of the rural voters in our country, Democratic and Republican, trying to kind of help message, not necessarily. He's on the breaking bread side. I'm on the higher level messaging side. So we're trying to find disenfranchised voters who are now starting to realize this, especially with these special elections coming up and the midterms in 2 years. Obviously, it's not nearly enough. We are in the midst of a coup. We are being taken over by the oligarch class. Our government's being run by Nazis, and we need to fight back any way we can.
Resistance is there if you know where to look.
Indeed it is. Follow the hummingbird.
Yep. Follow the hummingbird.
Yep.
But that was all I wanted to say because, I saw all of those videos in the span of 8 hours or something. So after all the interactions had happened. And I was, like I said, I just felt like, Skylar's being really disingenuous in his discussion of it all, because he was just like, oh, you should be nice to us because we don't, watch your videos because we don't interact. We only see what we interact. And that is true. TikTok does silo, but no other social media platform silos like TikTok does. And that
That's
also
true.
doesn't excuse the fact that you, as a voter, should be informed, should know what people are saying and what people are saying about your candidates. And there's never excuse to not know those things.
We've talked many times. That's my mission here, to try to cut through some of the noise and cut through some of the BS. And, I'd like to think that the way in which we connect the dots to everything is a reminder to people that it affects everybody. This affects everybody, and none of us want anybody to suffer. I know you and I have you've talked me off the proverbial ledge many times because I'm just so overwhelmed by the amount of suffering that people are experiencing. We can't help everybody. It's impossible. The way in which we help is to provide resources, education, reminders, come to Jesus moments, whatever that might be. That a lot of you own this. You've got to take responsibility. Entitled leftists who didn't show up. And now now Gaza's going to be turned into the Middle Eastern Riviera. That's on you. That's on you.
Oh, I blame them. I mean, anybody
too.
that's watched any of my videos following the election, I blame the protest and abstainers and well-meaners, as we call them, like more than even MAGA, because like the MAGA cult, like they're going to do what they're going to do. Republicans fall in line, right? Like we've said that so many times on the show. But like those third party, those people who refused to either vote or voted, for Stein or somebody, RFK, who then immediately co-signed into Trump's anti-science platform, right?
Crazy.
They're to blame, in my opinion.
I totally agree.
They looked at the rise of Nazis and were like, "That's okay. I don't mind if that happens."
Well, they didn't believe it, right? So I think I've shared this with you before, Ben. See if I can find it. I think it's appropriate now for this conversation. Let's see. Do I have that here? I do. Hold on. Historians have a word for Germans who joined the Yahtzee party, not because they hated Jews, but out of hope for a restored patriotism, or a sense of economic anxiety, or a hope to preserve their religious values, or dislike of their opponents, or raw political opportunism, or convenience, or ignorance, or greed. That word is Nazi. Nobody cares about their motives anymore. They joined what they joined. They lent their support and their moral approval. And in doing so, they bound themselves to everything that came after. Who cares anymore what particular knot they used in the binding? By A.R. Moxon.
Yep, I agree with that. Agree with that whole statement.
Me too.
Yeah. And I think it's important though, because every time when people talk about, that history, they jump immediately to the 1940s, like late 40s Germany. And that's not where we're at.
Nope.
Everybody needs to remember that's not historically where we're at. We are at 1936 Germany.
Correct. We're even before that, when the insurrection that Hitler was a part, it was like 1933.
Yeah.
So we can
it all starts
earlier.
in 33, but if I fast forward this a little bit just because of how fast he's moving these executive orders and these attacks through the systems. Because, with them, it took a little while to kind of get those gears rolling and turning. And then when he was made head of the party, then 53 days.
53 days.
And that, 53 days from inauguration is March 14th. Maybe
Correct.
Everybody in this chat should go look and see what significant historical thing happens in this country on March 14th.
Yeah, everybody do some legwork, and I would appreciate that. If I would ask you all to do that, please. Hi, Shay. You wanted to come up?
I'm concerned. I'm an infant teacher, so it's just a daycare basically, but I'm very concerned about everything that's going on with the education system right now. I'm very scared, and it's not that I'm scared for my job, it's that I have actually a baby. I'm an infant teacher, so it's 8 months to 1-year-olds, and I have a baby with Down syndrome, and I'm so sad and worried for him about what he's going to go into whenever he even starts kindergarten. Like with IEPs I've heard that are going away, and like they're going to, I don't know. I'm so scared and sad for him and for what the education department is about to become.
I think so. We all have to we all have to operate under the assumption that the status quo system that we've been governed under for 250 years no longer exists, because at every turn, we discussed about the blurring of the lines between separation of powers. As I took you guys through that exercise this morning, what are Article 1 rights? What does the Constitution say about Congress? What does the Constitution say about the executive branch? They are blurring the lines by design. So when Elon Musk goes into the Department of Education, there's already an executive order that Trump has written to disband the Department of Education. You can't do that without Congress. Congress does. I mean, there are mechanisms that have to be pulled and pushed, but because they are operating outside of the norm of what our democratic system, small d, is, we have to expect the worst.
Right.
We have to expect the worst. So I hear your fear. I know I'm in the process of filling out FAFSA for college applications. If Pell grants are no longer available, I don't know how my daughter goes to college. Things like that.
Yeah.
So this is real. This is real. This is the constitutional crisis. This is the January 20th, 2025 noon was the end of the first 250 years of our system of government, in my opinion.
The other thing that I was confused about, and maybe you can shed some light. I just got here, so I didn't see your speech this morning. Why is Congress voting not to question Elon Musk? I just can't fathom. I don't understand.
Why do you think?
The only thing that I can think is that they're paid off. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Follow the money.
Yeah, I
think it's part of it. I think it's once you have the taste of power, they know that if they stand up to Trump, their political careers will be over. That shows me that they've never cared about their country.
Right.
It's about their power.
Because there are so many Democrats that are fighting, like Jasmine Crockett. I love her to death. Jasmine Crockett, all these other Congress people are fighting, and they're trying to get him questioned. They're trying to do all this stuff, all these protests. And Republicans are just like, no, it's okay. We don't care. And that's just crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, since you brought her up, so Mike Johnson was complaining that the Democrats haven't helped, that the Democrats are the reason that legislation and or budget conversations have ended in the House. Jasmine Crockett responds by saying, "You MAGA geniuses have all the answers and the majority. You don't need us, remember? See, Trump is breaking the law because he knows they are utterly incapable of governing." I mean, they being in the House. Let me start again. See, Trump is breaking through law because he knows they are utterly incapable of governing. Team Pelosi didn't have these problems as Speaker. Maybe they just need a woman to help them out. Diversity and all. Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, it's crazy, and I feel the same as you. I feel so overwhelmed with everything that we're seeing. It's just so much all at the same time. It's like almost by design that they're just trying to overwhelm us until we just are tired and we don't want to deal with it anymore. It's so overwhelming.
Well, you have to fight, Shay.
Right.
I mean, we really have no choice. Part of the reasons that, and Ben and I were just talking about this, part of the reasons that we're in this position is because people gave up or people decided it wasn't important enough.
Or they decided their comfort was more important than standing up for what's right. Right.
Correct.
I think that's the thing, Shay, is that if we don't get willing to get uncomfortable now, we're going to be forced to become uncomfortable. And it's because we're going to be living that poem of they came for that group and came for that group, and now there's no one left to stand with me. We have to be willing to make hard choices and fight in order to return us to, a place where we do have that comfort and security again. But that might mean doing walkouts, right? Like if every teacher and student, of certain ages walked out of schools in America, that would shut this country down.
It would.
Right.
I think I think about union workers too. I think if they're going after the Department of Labor, if one of the exercises that the Doge boys go after the Department of Labor, I think every labor union in America should walk off the job.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone. I agree with you, Ben. That's the kind of stuff we talk about. The revolution is everywhere if you know where to look. Those are examples of things that people can do. Everybody says, "What do I do? What do I do? What can I do?" Those are the things that we can do.
But the problem
so
is
again,
that
follow the money, go after the money.
the problem is, right, is that we have to stop waiting for someone to come save us.
Exactly.
Right? I love Jasmine Crockett. She's not going to save us. Right?
Nope.
Like, I love a lot of like AOC. I love a lot of our politicians, right? They're not going to save us. We have to save ourselves. And that means that, this bystander effect, standing on the sidelines thinking, well, I could do something, but I know someone else will do it, so I don't have to. That shit's got to go away. We have to be willing to stand on that line, in whatever capacity. That doesn't necessarily mean going and protesting and being on the front lines. But for those of us who can, we need to be. But we all need to be taking a very active, engaged resistance. Because if we look back, like I was saying before you came up, Shay, to the 1930s, the majority of the German people thought it was all hyperbole, thought, oh, we'll just wait a couple of years and it'll settle and it'll be fine. And, nothing bad's going to happen, right? We have to be willing to risk, our jobs because of protest and walking out and things like that. Because only if we hurt their pocketbooks will we actually hurt their cohesion, right? Like, as much as I disagree with the approach, right? Like, I think Will actually is approaching it in a smarter way when he's talking to the farmers, because if he can create a wedge between people like Musk and Trump and divide their supporters, right? If that cohesion goes away, then other Republicans who don't like Trump will start voting against him and standing against him.
Exactly.
It's because of that cohesion. It's because they're afraid of consequences, that Trump could say something and then all of them lose their, elected position, that they don't act. So we have to do things to start causing them to splinter, to start causing them to break apart in that cohesion. Split up the people who like Trump from the people who like Musk, right? Cause as much division between those groups as possible, so that if they start infighting, like we saw right before the inauguration, where Vivek and Elon and Trump were all saying, "Oh, we don't want immigrants here, and we want them gone, but now let's bring in immigrants because Americans aren't smart enough to do the job."
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
If we start hammering on points like that every time we get an opportunity, to insert those things into conversations, that will eventually start causing fractures. And then we start taking the chisel into those fractures to create cracks to split it.
Yeah, I think somebody just asked a question like, how do we do that? I think a lot of it, sadly, it's got to come from these disenfranchised rural voters that Will's speaking to. That's a large chunk of the voting population, especially those that are really harmed, who know the hits that the farming industry took the first time. It's going to happen again. So they may not necessarily be hardcore MAGA. I'm not going to break bread with them because they voted what they voted for. But that would be a part of that wedge you're talking about. People who are like, listen, I don't fucking Elon, whatever, but I thought Trump was going to help me. Boom. Maybe that's the gap. Because I agree with you, Ben. It's dividing the tech bros and the Elon sycophants from MAGA, and then putting pressure on those elected officials to say, listen, I voted for your party because you guys told me you're going to lower my prices. My farm is about to shut down because of this bullshit. If you don't vote against this crap in Congress as a Republican, I'll never vote for you again. It's stuff like that, right? And their power. It's their power. Go after it.
And here's a little way too, right? Like, Steve and I both have, moderate, to large platforms, right? Like, in your hometown, take photographs of like gas prices as they change every week. Let's start showing these prices going up. Send that to people like Steve or I. You can go into Steve's Discord and upload it to him. And egg prices, or like, every week, maybe check what the rental prices are going for in your city, right? For housing. Pull that kind of stuff up. Send that to people like Steve or I, and we'll make videos and put that out so that larger audiences can see it and see these changes, right, over time, and show like, oh, well, here it is in I'll just pick someplace like Kansas, since it was the Super Bowl last night. Kansas City, right? Here's the price of gas in December. Here it is in January. Here it is in February. Oh, look, it's gone up again in March.
Do you think, I live in a very red state. I live in Tennessee. Do you think sending that kind of stuff to our elected officials might move something, or do you think that's a waste of time?
I think it's better if you can get like a channel on your side kind of thing in your area, because the Republicans are going to ignore you, right? Like they're just going to write you back. I do stuff like that all the time. I'm not saying don't do it. I do stuff like that all the time, but you know, they're going to just send you back this long letter of, I hear your concerns. I'm going to vote the way I'm going to vote.
Okay.
Right. It's just like Marco Rubio told the students of Parkland following the Parkland shooting, I will never stop taking money from the NRA.
Oh,
right.
Wow.
So like we have to like bring in like other aspects, like get those local channel like news medias on your side kind of segments.
Yeah.
Like start sending them that kind of stuff to tell. That way they're like, oh, people are actually interested in that, because if it starts making news, then they have to respond to it, right? Mm-hmm. If it's just you emailing or whatever, even if it's a large group of people doing it, they don't actually have to make public statements. It's not until they are actually called out in public that they have to start making public statements.
Okay.
Ben, can I piggyback off of something that you said?
Sure. Good morning.
Okay. Hey, good morning. How you doing?
I'm
Good,
sorry,
thank
can
you.
I don't know how to drop. Can you drop me?
Okay.
Sure thing. I got you, Shay. Have a good day. Thanks for being here.
All right. Okay. We know that money talks in this country, right?
Yep.
We have model systems that we've already done this before. Why do we have unions? It's because people walked off of jobs, right? Why do we have the labor laws that we had? It's because people protested and got out there. Remember what happened with the bus boycott, okay? How effective the bus boycott was, and what happened because people was like, you know what, we're not taking this bus. When these companies lose money, their behaviors change. So what we have to do is we have to systematically go remind these politicians that they work for us. And that's one thing that we have not done. Just because you're a Republican, you represent everybody. You don't represent just the rich, just the people that voted for you. You represent everybody in your district. And yes, start with your emailing, start with your phone calling. You know what? Start asking them to come down to where you're at, come talk to you. Because here's the thing. They're being derelict in their duties. If you and I didn't go do our job, we'd be fired, wouldn't we? Okay?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but like we can look at some of the things that are some issues in our country, like, regulations to help control or stem the tide of gun violence in our country, or women's reproductive health care, or universal health care. By and large, the majority of our country believes in those things. So our elected officials now, Republicans in particular, are not voting on behalf of what their voters want. So
that's right.
And I want to add something too,
Sure.
to what you're saying. I do agree, Arstring, that we do need to do exactly everything you said, but I also want to make clear that when those things happen, right, the reason we have the labor laws is not just because we protested, it's because people were unalived in large numbers, right?
Exactly.
In the 1930s, let's go back, let's
That's
look
correct.
at let's look at the minor strikes and factory strikes in South Carolina.
That's right.
Sharecroppers.
Okay.
And the sharecroppers, right?
Well, in the 1930s, when FDR was doing the fireside chats, a lot of workers thought that meant that the government was going to be very pro-union, and so textile workers went on strike in South Carolina, and the governor of South Carolina declared them a threat to national security, and the military was called out on them, and thousands of people were unalive.
Right. I remember.
We have to be willing for that, though. We have to be willing to stand there and be like, they're gonna turn the military on.
But okay, but you have to also realize from a culturally standpoint, from where I stand as an African American female, Okay, all right. I have family that was sprayed with hoses and dogs sucked on, and and everything else like that. Okay, so these things we know that we know what the game is, right? We know what the game is.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Arsene, I wasn't directing that necessarily you. I'm talking to
No,
my
no, 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 no,
Canadian
no,
relatives
no,
in the chat.
no.
Yeah.
No, no,
Right?
I know because a lot of people don't do their history. We do our history. You know, I know. Okay, all right, okay. But here's the thing: strategically, okay, we have got to galvanize together, because what the problem is the emotional issue of some believing that somebody is taking something from you. It's been the big narrative, while you have working people against working people, when in fact it's not me that's taking something from you, it's the rich people that's not paying their fair share that's taking something from you. So they for some reason in this country we idolize the rich. Okay, when you talk about Muscatel and all of the Bezos, they have enough money to pay every person in America $125,000 for the rest of their life. That the amount of money that they have, they can't spend in a lifetime. It is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, it is absolutely ridiculous, and it's absolutely unfair. The thing that we have to really, really look at is we have to be the heroes of the story. We have got to be the heroes. I'm not your enemy because you're a MAGA supporter or you believe in Trump. What I want to know is if you're suffering like I'm suffering, okay? Why is it that compassion has suffered in this country? Compassion is the freest emotion you can give. We come together during national disasters. We know what to do. Okay? But now it's time for us to say, you know what? We got to look at this totally different. Okay? Making enemies of each other has been a big, huge problem, because when we do that, then they can do their dirt. They can pass their laws, and that is the plan. So if we know that that's what they're doing, what we have to do is say, you know what? Okay, I see that y'all trying to cheat me on these grocery stores. I see you trying to cheat me in these gas prices. Exposure, and humiliation is the only thing that move these politicians. They don't do nothing, okay, unless they embarrassed or forced into it. Okay, we have social media, we have all kind of platforms that we can do what needs to be said. But the thing is that for some reason, compassion has went out the door because somebody feels like somebody's taking something from them. I'm not taking something from you. I'm struggling just like you do.
It's the
Does that make sense?
I thank you, Arstring, for that. We talk about this a lot here. It's the class war, right? I mean, the intention is to keep us going after each other, and we have to be real in our society. There are people in this country who are racist, bigoted, transphobic, homophobic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then there are people who are not, or at least people who are trying to not be. There are people in this country who do prioritize human rights above all, and there are people that don't. But that fighting between us is allowing the corporate class to rip us all off. So the collective enemy are the billionaire class, and people on the right. Yeah, and I was going to say that people.
Johnson said it.
Well, let me just finish. Let me just finish this. I think that's the whole point. The right is unaware or is unwilling to accept the fact that it's not drag queen story hour. It's not the rights of the BIPOC community or women or the LGBTQA community that's the threat. It's the people that they vote for, by and large. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I was just gonna tap in there because LBJ, he said it. He put it in the best words that any of us could. Right? You give the poorest white man somebody to look down on and despise, he'll never notice the government picking his pockets, right, or the corporations picking his pockets, right?
Exactly.
You know, and I mean that's why the argument that the Civil War wasn't about slavery doesn't hold water, because there was that hierarchy. Right? Like the poorest white man wasn't the lowest person on the social hierarchy. And that still works today. the first labor unions that existed were following the Civil War, and the corporate millionaires at the time broke those groups up by using racism and classism, right, to separate them.
That is correct. That's correct.
Yeah, and so like,
what when she asked for a plan, okay, the way I look at it is that we have to hit it generationally. You understand what I'm saying? This is going to sound strange. Okay, we have to hit it generationally because the ones that went through the civil rights are still living, right? Okay, then there's my generation, right, who benefited from the ones who went through the civil rights. Okay, then there's the generation afterwards. If we want the utopia in this country that we say that we want, okay, all right, then that should be the narrative. Why is it wrong for everyone to have health care, free health care? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, why is it? Why in this country we waste more food than anybody? Feeding people is not wrong. It's not bad. You know, a person that is on the street and homeless don't want to be homeless and on the street. Why are we looking down on someone who is one paycheck away from or one injury away from, because these companies work our bodies until we're nothing? So we have got to start asking these questions like, listen, hey, wait a minute. Why are you so mad about a person that used to live in, back in the day, they used to live in cardboards, now they got tents, okay? So you're mad at some, okay? Why are you...
We're not, we should all be, I mean, Armstrong, I really appreciate you jumping in today for that. I really, really do. I think the collective enemy is the oligarchy that people are still not yet willing to see. We see the Musk bros and the tech bros out there cheering, and they don't know what they're cheering for. Meanwhile, their pockets being picked. But thank you for jumping in today, friend. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And I'll drop down. Okay, thank you.
See you later. Thanks a lot. Everything she said is his point. I think that the challenge, though, is that I don't think shame is enough to shake the Republicans from their cult. We've done that. They can't. They are unwilling to even. I mean, the question that they had to go back and forth on releasing an ethics investigation into Matt Gaetz, who they despised, they weren't willing to do that. They'll vote for and support an agenda of an adjudicated sexual predator. Shame isn't relevant to them. It's not. It's power. They are connected to power. They are on the pick me club. They think that they're going to benefit from this, and some of them will. And our duty is to be the resistance. Our duty is for people in our country to finally stand up. This is the generation that is responsible for saving us from ourselves. And every single time we ask Black women to show up, they do. Nobody else does.
Yep.
The resistance is everywhere if you know where to fucking look.
Yeah. And to kind of, continue that, right? The shame isn't going to be enough, because like thinking about just the gun stuff that, I do, right? Like, the guy in Tennessee, when confronted by mom's demand about what are you going to do about like stopping this kind of thing from happening, because kids are like being unalived, and he's like, kids are unalived from lots of things, right? Like there's no shame, right? The money outweighs any shame. That's not enough. Embarrassment's not enough, because they're not easily embarrassed. Like, literally, Vance said that the guy who was making racist remarks about Indians said rehire the guy, and he's married to a woman who is of Indian descent.
Correct.
Right? Like,
Correct.
There's no shame. They don't care.
They do not care. Fairy Dust, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Ben. So I wanted to add on to what the guest was talking about prior to me coming on. Yes, everything you all are saying is like 100% true. However, us being able to get the information that we need inside of those groups can't come from us. They can't hear us. They can't understand us. Even though we're all speaking the same language, English, of course, they're unable to just like put that information into their system and make sense of it. The people that we need to start putting our message out to are those people that are like right around the outer limits of their group. So the ones who are kind of like, I don't know about this and I don't know about that. And they're starting to get a little they start to question more things. Those are the people who we should be talking to, us as our group, because those are the people who are going to go back to that larger group and say, hey, I found out X, Y, and Z, and they'll be more apt to listen to them because they feel like they're part of their group system. So all of them are involved in this, like this, if you think of it like a psychological experiment, it's like groupthink process. They have all of these, they share, we always joke and say they share a brain, but like literally they share a brain is what's happening. They all bounce the same ideas off each other and they all kind of say, oh yeah, everybody, yeah. Even if the idea is bad, if the group is going along with it, they're going to go along with it. So because we're not in the group with them, they're not going to hear what we're saying. I mean, we all make perfect sense, of course. We all sat back and saw all the things before they even happened, but they weren't listening to us. But we need to get those people right on the edge, the one who's calling in and say, oh, well, I voted for Trump, but. And that's the ones that we need to start to pick off a little bit more and give them more information. And I think those are the ones that need to receive more grace, because if we go at them a little bit gentler, they might be more apt to digest information a little bit better. Now the ones who are just knee deep in it, just kind of whatever, but the ones right on the edge, I think we can kind of start to reel them in, given the fact that we have the evidence now to support what we're saying.
I'm not there yet, Ferry, to be perfectly honest, because it's one thing to make a miscalculation based on what you thought the economic policy was, but it doesn't change all the hateful rhetoric. It doesn't change.
Absolutely.
It doesn't change the fact that, I hear what you're saying. From my perspective, it's about shaming the entitled leftists and protest voters who didn't bother to show up. Because there are collectively more of us than there are of them. Economic demise brought on by Trump's policies, I think, will be enough for the fringe Republican non-MAGA voter to say, boy, did I fuck up. Boy, did I really make a big mistake. But the motivation, the shame element, I think potentially could work better on entitled leftists who didn't show. Yeah. So I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I'm not ready to break bread with that group yet. I'm just not there.
No, my reply was more so in response to the last guest, because she was saying that, we need to pretty much extend an olive branch. It's more so related to what she was saying. Everybody's not going to be able to hear the message. That's basically what I was saying. But I agree with you. Like, I live for just clowning MAGA. Like, that's my life. So it's whatever about that.
And you're good at it.
Let me add this too, because you mentioned it, right? Like you mentioned, we have facts and data. Like, that's my whole job, right? Like, I am a published scientist. I've published on politics and other things. And the reality is that they don't want facts and data. That's where we lose them, right? They like those pithy little drill, baby, drill, stupid statements that have no meaning, don't actually mean anything, aren't factually evidence-based, like the good guy with a gun narrative, right? Like, they want those kind of statements. They don't want, well, if we do this, you're going to see this incremental increase in deficit over 10 years. They don't want to hear any of that. They glaze over and we lose them, right? So that's why I kind of lean more in line with. I think
it's layered, Ben, because I agree. There are some, yes, that we have to give them little doses of information, but there are some, if you just look, because if you're in academia, you kind of know, like, everybody learns in different ways. So we're talking about that very outer band that's getting ready to touch us anyway. So they're prime and ready to receive the information. And I think these are the people who will be more able, like I was saying, to digest the information. But again, that was speaking just to what she was saying. I told you, I am for shaming MAGA. Like, that is just what I do on the internet when I don't have clients, so it's whatever.
Well, Ferry, I always like talking to you. I get your brain works, and I understand what you're saying. Other people may be ahead. I'm personally, I'm just not there yet. I'm not there yet, because there was enough to make a semi-informed decision.
I agree.
Again, I'm not talking the hardcore 20% that is MAGA, that believes the earth is flat and shit like that, but they're so far gone. I don't think there's redemption, quite frankly. And then there's others, right, within the party who believe that, for whatever reason, that the bill of goods that they were sold about economic reform, sadly, it goes back to the quote I gave earlier. It doesn't matter why the Germans had a word for people who didn't say that they were Nazis but supported everything the Nazis did. That word is Nazi. So
Yeah.
you are the company you keep. The movement from that group may be small, incremental, and that's all it's going to take to win elections. But I'm not going to have those conversations with them. I'm just not there yet. I'm just not there.
No, I feel you. I feel you. I just wanted to help the last guest, like I say, understand it a little bit better, just from a psychological standpoint, that you're not going to be able to get through to everybody, but there are some tales that you can pick up on if you're willing to do the work. Not you, Steve, but you, the last guest, if she's willing to do the work and have those conversations. That's like my biggest thing. Like I say, I'm all for just calling them stupid and moving on my life, because I don't have time for it. Like, I just don't.
I appreciate you, Ferry. You know that. I really appreciate you joining us today. You have a good
Bye,
day. Okay?
guys. Have a
Talk
good
to you
day.
later. All right. I get it. I mean, absolutely. But I think it doesn't have to be all of us. Like, Will's got a mission because he knows that he's got farmers in his community that drank the Kool-Aid that are now hopefully in that, sadly though, in that find out phase. He's committed to talking to them. That's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
No, because like I have zero tolerance for stupid people, right? Like
Exactly. Willfully ignorant.
There was enough evidence there. There was enough evidence there to make an informed decision. You may not have been at the level you and I are at, but you could have gotten to a position to make an informed decision.
Correct.
Because everything that he's doing, is Project 2025 that we were telling you this is going to happen.
Yeah, case in point. Here's another. I'll share this with you real quickly. Guys, thank you. If you guys wouldn't mind considering subscribing, you can do so at FactsStillMatter.site. Thank you to Angie Thomas for your purchases in the merch store. I appreciate that. If you are a subscriber, you get 10% off any item in the merch store. You do not have to be a subscriber, though, to join our Discord. Please consider doing that. I also want to thank you, Karen, for your contribution on Venmo. So there's a statement that was just released by the twice impeached, four-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster felon about the military. Since we were speaking about Project 2025 and the America First agenda, this was just announced 26 minutes ago. Our service academies have been infiltrated by woke leftist ideologues over the last 4 years. I have ordered the immediate dismissal of the Board of Visitors for the Army, Air Force, Navy, and Coast Guard. We will have the strongest military in history, and that begins by appointing new individuals to these boards. We must make the military academies great again. Funny, because if you go to Project 2025, which became the America First agenda under Peaceful Strength, the modernizing the military, this is what it says. Republicans will ensure our military is the most modern, lethal, and powerful force in the world. We will invest in cutting-edge research and advanced technologies, including an Iron Dome missile defense shield, support our troops with higher pay, and, quote, get left-wing Democrats fired as soon as possible. Another example of Project 2025 coming to fruition. So there you go. There you go. Lovely. We're here. We're in it.
Yep. Yeah. Like they just took the name Project 2025 off and just renamed it America First.
Correct. Yep. I know. It's his obsession with the military. He thinks the military is an extension of him for some reason, and that's just so not the case.
Dictators do, though.
They all do. Exactly. So that's the America First agenda. Project 2025 renamed the America First agenda. I would like to think now that even some of the hardcore MAGA will finally agree that Project 2025 was the plan all along, like we told you it was going to be. I don't know if any of them will, but this is where we are. Yeah, you're right. Military parades in no time. You're absolutely right. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing, friends. Appreciate you very much. Are you there? Loving life? Apparently not. I will bring up Moth real quick. I just need to. The snowplow is still stuck in my front lawn. I can see it out there, so I'm just going to go check real quick on that. Moth's going to do a mod announcement for us, and I'll be right back. Thanks for being here, Moth.
Morning. Good morning, Ben.
Morning, Moth.
How are you today?
I am here. I'm about to get some coffee. How are you?
I'm all right. Slept through my alarm this morning, but I
You're
got
not gonna turn the
coffee.
camera on today?
Not today. Just for Lainey's dance parties.
I saw.
But yeah, I'm here to tell everybody that we need to be tapping that screen a whole lot more than we already are. There are 1,000 of us in here, so we should at least be up to 250,000 likes. But I'd like to see it higher, of course, as always. So if we can at least get to 250, yeah, Laverne, it's a bad hair day. I'm not wearing my hat right now.
Just throw the cat filter that you had on.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm a little camera shy, Ben.
Fair.
Let's get those shares going too, guys. We're at 652. We can definitely get those up. And like Steve mentioned before, you can go to the FactsStillMatter.site to subscribe, since TikTok is still being kind of... Oh, maybe you can subscribe.
Some people can. I think it depends on whether they've recharged. Yeah.
If you go directly to the website and buy off the website, you can't. I don't think you can buy them through like iPhone still, because like it's still not, TikTok's not on the
App Store.
Oh yeah. Well, wherever you subscribe, whether through the app or on the FactsStillMatter.site, you get some do that. Like Steve said earlier, you get 10% off in the merch store. You can get some amazing merch. We've got like what Steve's wearing today, Traitor to the Patriarchy. Steve,
yes,
you know I'm going to ask.
Go ahead and ask.
Are you Zen?
I am fucking Zen, Moth. I am fucking Zen. That shirt also available in the merch.
Available in the merch store. It's like the little hidden text at the end of an infomercial.
Exactly. Exactly.
We've got the oh god, we've got so many amazing. We got Feral as Fuck. We've got the Fuck Trump.
Yeah, it's great.
Morse code.
Fuck Trump. Morse code.
You can join the Discord. It's an amazing place to be. You don't have to be a subscriber to join, but if you are, you can get access to some subscriber events. If I could get words out today, that would be fantastic. But again, you don't have to subscribe to join the Discord, but I highly recommend joining because it's an amazing community.
Thank you for saying that, Moth. I appreciate you very much. Would you like to wee out of here?
I would, but before I go, I would like to thank you for popping into my little space last night.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Just a couple more, then you'll be hosting lives as well, and you can enjoy all this fun.
Yeah, I haven't decided like what my schedule is going to look like. If it's going to be like a decompression, like of people after their political lives, they just need like
a little like a palate cleanse, as they call it. Good for you for doing that. I'm proud of you. Good for you.
And yes, I will wee out of here. We'll talk to you later, Ben.
Bye.
Thank you, buddy. Bye, Moth. So that tree, there's a tree in my front yard that I was planning on taking down. I no longer have to do that since the snowplow took it out.
Nice. I mean, as long as it didn't damage anything, nice.
Well, I won't know until I go out there later to check it out. But they're still in my driveway, so I'm not going anywhere apparently at the moment, at least. But hey, whatever you're gonna do. Again, thank you to Forest on Fire for subscribing today. I appreciate you guys very, very much. I wanted to play a little bit of. I did a video about this over the weekend. So we talked about the faith office that's been created in the White House. And for anybody who's seen the video, this will be a little bit of a reminder for you. But I'm going to play a little audio of the person who is now the director of the faith office in the White House. Her name is Paula White Kane. Buckle up.
I'm going to walk inside and get coffee while you do that.
Okay.
Strike and strike and strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says, says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda ata ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osakata.
You get the idea. So, as a reminder, Mr. Trump created the office of faith in the White House, and this is what he had to say about that.
Which Sarah are you this time?
Hold on, because I think it's interesting that, and I'll get into her story in just a moment, but let's understand why he decided to create the office of faith, because he claimed that Christians are being persecuted, and that, well, in his own words, I'll let him tell you. Just give it a second here. Oh yeah, Dash Pass.
For exclusive savings.
This week, I'm also creating the White House Faith Office, led by Pastor Paula White, who is so amazing. We will protect Christians in our schools, in our military, in our government, in our workplaces, hospitals, and in our public squares. And we will bring our country back together as one nation under God with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, that's nice. Well, here's interesting. So the Trump enrages Christian MAGA by naming heretic pastor to the White House. Like we were discussing earlier about the divisions within the ranks. Well, the evangelical right, Ben and I have had conversations about this a lot. Even the Christian nationalists are like not on Team Paula White Kane.
I'm glad you brought this up real quick, Steve. Like, I'm glad you brought this up because I'd forgotten about this when I saw your video, and I was like, I thought about it then. So on my old Facebook account, not the current one that I use because I deleted my old one because of all the MAGA family members that I have, but I used to go into Christian groups and get into fights with them. But now I see, like, y'all should join those Christian groups and bring this up. Start, like, basically troll the shit out of them with Paula White.
Absolutely. I mean, she's off her, yeah, whatever. White Kane is a mega church preacher from Florida, who, by the way, also a large donor. Shocker, who has endorsed biblical interpretations that some evangelical Christians believe go too far. She is a proponent of prosperity theology, which teaches that God rewards the truly faithful with material wealth and personal success. Critics say that by blaming financial woes on a lack of faith, prosperity theology can be used to exploit vulnerable churchgoers. Shocker. Many Christians consider it a form of heresy. Some of Trump's Christian MAGA supporters took to social media to express their disappointment in the president's pick. Quote, even though President Trump is enforcing laws that line up with our values, that doesn't mean he has any clue what biblical Christianity is or why it matters. Christian podcast host John Mason wrote, Paula White is a known heretic and a known false teacher who has no regard for the gospel of Christ. Scott Ross, a Texas-based leadership coach and self-described Orthodox Christian, called the move an abomination. Paula White, head of Trump's White House Faith Office, is no Christian leader, he wrote. She preaches the heresies of word of faith and prosperity gospel, but both utterly opposed to authentic Christianity. Worse than that, she has lived a life of scandal with multiple husbands twisting the gospel for profit. Arguably, this is the worst and most dangerous thing President Trump has done, putting a false teacher at the helm of faith outreach. Lord, have mercy on our country and this administration. By the way, White Kane is twice divorced and is currently married to Journey guitarist Jonathan Cain. Don't stop believing. That person is again, self-appointed. Somebody from his inner circle said, this is the person you should put in charge of this newly created, White House Faith Office. And the evangelicals, which we know overwhelmingly so support Trump, are like, fuck this. What the hell happened there? So fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out.
right? Like it's like they're like, yeah, put Jesus back in government, not like
Not
that.
like that. We don't want speaking in tongues. Hi, Victoria.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're
Good.
great. How are you?
You know, I'm just here listening to the bullshit.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot. She embezzled a whole bunch of money, ran a Ponzi scheme. Literally, she believes in this theory that unless you give more, you have to give more to the church. You have to give more money to the church for your sins to be forgiven and for Jesus to save you.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for them to bring the snake handling into the White House.
Totally.
Like,
Simon, I'll go to that party. Let's go.
like,
no.
Trump, Jesus loves you so much you can handle this rattlesnake.
You know what? On second thought, I'll go.
Yeah, I'll go. Shit, you'll definitely go, Victoria.
I get invited to those types of like churches all the time because they're only legal in the state of West Virginia, but they exist everywhere in the South, right? West Virginia is the only state that actually allows it. And I'm like, fuck no, I'm not going to watch, like, I'm not going to a church where y'all are handling copperheads, water moccasins, and rattles. Are you out of your mind? No. But I would go to that event. I would go to that event in a heartbeat. My fear of snakes would be removed, and I would just be standing in the front to watch.
I believe they're called danger noodles.
Okay. I mean, I think the reason that before I bring Rusty up, the reason that we're talking about these things, friends, is, I mean, I know you guys know, but in case there is any, MAGA in the box, we've talked about, or in the chat, we've talked about how, all these policies are harmful to them. We went through an exercise earlier about maybe there's an awakening for some of the communities that are being harmed. And now those of you who are Christian, even your own flock is telling you that this is bullshit, calling it an abomination from the evangelical wing. And this person has now been responsible for faith outreach because Christians have been so persecuted, apparently. Good morning, Rusty.
3 things.
Yes.
1, I have a wildly different definition of danger noodle.
Of course you do.
I saw some comments that alluded to that.
We're not here about Murray Shelley.
No. Secondly, let's not take a bite out of the turtle.
Fair enough. Inside joke. We're not going there. Absolutely. We don't take a bite out of the turtle. That's exactly right.
I don't know that I want to know. I don't think I do.
I'll share it with you.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I've seen it this week, and I'm good.
It is comedy gold.
Yeah,
yeah.
pretty much.
We'll
some of Ben's
that.
people, he'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Now I'm worried.
And third, Jesus Christ, people, this is why secularism exists. It just, oh my God. Let's appoint some Bible-thumping Fruit Loop to an office in the White House. Oh no, it's not the right Bible-loving Fruit Loop.
Good point.
It's not the correct one. It doesn't matter who he had appointed. Somebody somewhere, or a whole bunch of somebody's, is going to say, nope, that person is a heretic. That person isn't a real Christian.
I don't think we should insult Fruit Loops like that.
It's fair. Knockoff Fruit Loops.
The Walmart knockoff?
Yeah, fruit rings.
Best value fruit rings. They're fine.
Great value.
Great value. Yeah. But
I have an absolute disdain for prosperity gospel preachers, by the way. Though. Like whether it's Joel Osteen, I think Creflo Dollar is the one I despise the most, just because his church in Atlanta is, in my area, right? And he is in the poorest part of Atlanta, and he fleeced his parishioners out of enough money to buy a G7 jet.
It's Kenneth Copeland for me. Yeah, it's Kenneth Copeland for me. He's the one that I despise the most.
It's all of them for me. And not
fair.
just the prosperity gospel, all of them. If the moment you step over the line from faith to anything that affects the rest of us, I'm done. I proudly wear my atheist red letter A on my chest, and I swear that's just for atheist and nothing else. But Hey, Nathaniel Hawthorne references for the win.
Hey, I was about to
But
say, I was like, I love that. I love the
There are so many
Hawthorne.
A words that could fit you, Rusty.
what's that?
There are so many A words that could fit you.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm sure they've been used, Jesus, since I got up 30 minutes ago. But
Got a lot of kids.
Yeah, exactly. but I am just not only do I debate, and argue politics with people of getting in and mixing it up with Christians and watching their heads explode, but I think that we need a rule, a law somewhere that says if you're going to use your particular magic book for policy, the first thing you have to do is prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that your God exists. Then we'll allow you to use that book to make policy. Until then, and you're believing in, magic sky daddies, shut the fuck up, go over in a corner, let the rest of the grown-ups drive the damn car.
You should tell us how you. You should tell us how you really.
Don't hold back. You're holding back right now, Rusty. You gotta just let it out.
I know. Well, let's not say let it out after we discuss the danger noodle. But
Never gonna.
At least you're not like little Bobby, and you don't have to have the world's most powerful microscope to see it.
Oh yeah, I love that video. His page. I may make some commentary on
He turned off duet stitches and tagging after I made.
Of course he did. It's so funny. Whenever I see one of Ben's videos pop up, and as soon as I hear the Foghorn Leghorn, I am immediately engaged because I know there's going to be some savagery coming down the pipe.
That guy's got 40 some odd thousand followers.
Yep.
56. He has like 6,000 more than me.
And it's just so blatant that video he did waving the flag, cheering on white South Africans coming over to take the jobs of the little brown people you were trying to kick out.
Yeah.
His entire platform, because I watched a lot of his videos, because somebody shared the one video about that I start with the Black History Month.
Yeah.
That like 12 people sent that. But I went over and watched a lot of his videos, and every single one is just white nationalism.
Yeah, shocker. Well, he's found the right party, that's for sure. Anything else, Rusty, my friend?
No, I just felt like I go out yesterday, and instead of watching the Mouth Breather Parade, the Super Bowl, I went and watched some Shakespeare and had a good day, and then came back out into the world and went, shit, same crap.
I feel that.
I same to you, sir.
For everybody.
Be well.
Oh my God.
Peace.
No.
Danger noodles for everyone. Come on.
Here, speaking of Shakespeare, little Bobby hears, "Wherefore art thou, danger noodle?"
Wherefore art thou, little Bobby?
You live in the state of danger noodles. I need you to not.
So, everybody, thanks for being here again. Early this morning about how the Article 1 of the Constitution and the enumerated powers, and how the legislative branch is responsible for laws, and the lies that Mike Johnson tells his voters, stands there and says he's all about Article 1, and then tries to create this myth that the executive powers branch, the executive powers does have oversight over cabinet posts and departments, and that is just bullshit. It's a complete fucking lie, and they're going to continue to tell you that lie because most of their voters are too ignorant to know any better. Just as an FYI. So we've addressed the fact that they want to terminate and blur the lines of the Constitution. We know that Trump and his minions want to throw people in jail for speaking out against the government, which would then be a violation of your First Amendment rights. Let's talk now about freedom of the press, shall we? So I shared this with Ben and Victoria, and they know where this one's going. This one, I think, if this does happen, then the free press is just gone. So Trump megadonor asks SCOTUS to eliminate key media protection. Steve Wynn, who Steve Wynn from the casino days, has donated millions to Trump's presidential campaigns. He's petitioning the Supreme Court to disavow the New York Times versus Sullivan, which is a key precedent protecting the press. 1964 decision raised the standards to sue the press for libel when a false statement is published about a public figure. The court ruled unanimously that a public figure has to show that the journalist or journalistic organization either knew that the information was false or disregarded the possibility in order to win the defamation case. It isn't enough just to prove that the information was wrong. The new petition filed last week stems from a lawsuit Wynn brought against the Associated Press in 2018 after the Newswire reported on 2 allegations of sexual assault made against the billionaire in the 70s. Wynn claimed the allegations were false and sued the AP for defamation. However, a Nevada district court dismissed the case, finding that the article was a good faith attempt to communicate an issue to the public. Nevada Supreme Court upheld the ruling. His petition to the U.S. Supreme Court is an effort to overrule the lower court's decision and eliminate the need for his suit to, quote, demonstrate actual malice on the part of the AP. Point being, this allows journalism to be journalism, meaning that you have to fact check. You can't be intentionally going out to harming someone. So this case was landmark because it gave the press the ability to report on stories like that. Mm-hmm. If this is overturned, then that's the end of the free press. So, freedom of speech? Nah. Freedom of religion? Nah. Freedom of speech? Nah. Freedom to petition the government? Nah. We'll throw you in jail. Do we even need the First Amendment? We should just start with the second, right?
I mean, they're going to come after the second next.
Yep.
I mean, that's where this is going. And color me unsurprised.
Exactly.
Like, this is fascism at its core. That's all it is.
So, Roofer MD, I'm not sure. Do you think that that's a take, Guy? You said you had 4 years to lie. It's our turn.
Get in the box.
What the fuck is that? Like, what?
Look, y'all have been bitching and moaning for 10 years. Get fucked.
My God. Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's federal judges. Again, we did this breakdown this morning of the lies that are being told from the Musk team, Doge and his, Elon and his camp counselors in training, summer camp counselors in training. This entire thing is about the money. We discussed earlier about the resources that are available in Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky is willing to offer a negotiation on access to some of those resources so that Trump will continue to fund the government there, or allow the government funding to continue in support of Ukraine's, being assaulted and being invaded by Russia. So we have reached the point now where, and had a conversation over the weekend about, we have to accept the fact that it's not status quo. They are breaking the law at every fucking turn. Every turn. So if we expect things, they can't do that because it's in the Constitution. Well, they don't give a shit. Well, they can't go into a school because it's protected by the Constitution. They don't give a shit. So anyway.
I had a 45-minute conversation about how the status quo, yesterday I got on a call and had a 45-minute conversation because we were both like, are we just making this up? Are we just pulling this out of our asses? And we're both like, no. It's intentional, and this is going to get more sinister as time goes on. They're going to make it harder on everyone, and that's not fear mongering. That's just what the fuck's going to happen, because historically that's how they control people. And I can spout off 10, 15 theories at this point, but I need you all to take it fucking seriously, because we can stop this. We can stop it right now, but it's going to take all of us, because that's the only way bullies respond.
Roofer, your account's private. Why don't you just jump in the box just so I can embarrass you publicly in front of 1,000 people, and then you can go about your way and never come back again. You probably won't do that.
Come up here and say it to her face. Say it with your whole chest.
So, hey, Drew, how are you?
I'm as good as can be, Steve.
Excellent.
As good as can be expected, buddy.
That's fair.
I tried, I heard all the noise around the Super Bowl. I'm an avid football fan. I wasn't about to let him destroy that yesterday, but he still somehow did. That's right. There was a still football game the whole yesterday. thing. Yeah, the whole thing just felt disjointed, and he was one of the first things I saw when I turned on the broadcast. Luckily, they didn't show him very often, but yeah. Anyways, moving on from that, I wanted to talk a little bit about. I'm still kind of reeling from the entire Gaza press conference that he held. I guess it was it 2 weeks ago now, or was it last week? Every week feels like every week feels like a year now.
I know.
As a Jewish American, the ultimate form of anti-Semitism is telling me that if I don't think a certain way, if I don't support a certain way, if I don't comport myself a certain way, I'm not a Jew or a real Jew or a real American. And seeing his comments about, we're just going to go in and take over Gaza, who ultimately is going to be blamed if this ramps up, escalates, and gets worse?
Israeli people.
Rational people are going to say the Israeli government. Okay. Irrational people are going to blame all Israelis.
Correct.
And who are most Israelis? Jews.
Correct.
And we all know that Trump isn't supporting Israel. His folks don't support Israel because they love the Jewish people. We know the real reasons. We know the biblical reasons that they claim to have. We know all this insanity that they claim, but they claim that it's in support of Israel, and it's not. We all know the reality of it. And when he says people of the world are going to go live there, he means the people who can afford to live there. He gets to be the white savior. They get to have all this stuff, and yes, they're going to throw money at it. It's going to look fancy, just like Dubai. But it's like so much of our American history. You look under the surface and you see blood. You see all the destruction and the anger and the anguish that went into building that. And it comes back, and it's ultimately going to be boosting anti-Semitism. I've seen posts from other Jews that are feeling guilty about being Jewish right now. And that's part of the fascist agenda, is you make those people feel bad about being who they are, and they're going to convert and start talking. Because, if that guy says it's true, they did the same thing with African Americans. Oh, look, we have these folks supporting us. Okay, well, you're ignoring the 98% that are not supporting you. And you're pointing to these folks and using them as tokens and saying, these guys support us. It's kind of the same thing going on with anti-Semitism. These Jews are against themselves. Look how guilty they are. We're right the whole time. And then you got this faith office, which you've been talking about. I would like for someone, and I don't think anybody can, obviously, someone give me an example, because he gives these press conferences and he says, so many things are happening. What things? Name one thing that has happened that shows that Christians are being persecuted in this country. Can anybody give me
Moms of
examples?
Liberty? Moms of Liberty.
I can name it.
They've been assaulted.
They're inherent victims. Christians are inherent victims. Yeah. That's all.
Right.
That's the sad truth.
They're not allowed to yell at you about their belief systems without being made to, stop or feel bad about it. That's how they're oppressed.
It's the epitome of white woman tears. That's all Christianity is.
Yeah.
It's the happy holidays thing all over again. If somebody wishes you happy holidays, they're really cursing you out, right?
Yeah, Starbucks puts a snowman on a cup instead of Santa Claus, and suddenly, oh my God, they're anti-Christian.
Oh, I love that argument. Having worked for that place, when they talk about the cups, it's like there's never been a quote unquote Santa on the cup. You can go back decades of when it started at this point. So victims, they just want to be victims. I live in a small rural town in South Carolina. And I feel like there's probably more churches than people here. I mean, there are churches everywhere. So and as someone who's not Christian in this country, it just makes me scratch my head every time I hear that. I'm like, I'm sure you can find some examples of hate again. I mean, you can find examples of hate events, everybody, but
sure, to
claim and to put an office into place, that is, to me, that's one of the darkest things they've done yet. And they've done a lot of dark things. I mean, just the idea and the imagery that gives any logical thinking person, it's got to be scary to you.
I think they have their own, or I saw this last week and I like it's MAGA religion. Mocking the disabled is acceptable. never apologize, never admit you're wrong, name calling is cool, science is stupid, empathy is a weakness, fear those who are different, cheating means you're smart, bullying people means you're strong, stealing from charities is acceptable, reading is a waste of time, lying is a key to success, sexual assault is excusable, always blame others, always take credit for the hard work of others. MAGA religion.
That's 100%.
And you want to talk about, like, you said that, that they probably experienced hate. I want to clarify with, things that are done to people of the Caucasian persuasion. All that hate is perpetuated by their own, right? Like, you see evangelicals going after Catholics claiming, oh, Catholics aren't real Christians, despite being the original Christians, right? You see that the hate that Christians experience is from other Christians.
Mm-hmm.
Case in point, Paula White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask. I mean, it kind of goes back to a conversation you've had with Erica in the past, and I've been wanting to ask Ben this for a long time, and obviously I want to hear from Victoria and you as well, because there's one aspect of all of this that I find fascinating is, and I'll just tell a quick story, just a real quick background of where this thinking got me. Years ago, when I was teaching, I had the privilege of chaperoning a trip. We went over to the Netherlands. And one of the honors that we got to do was, it was a singing group. It was a chorus that we took over there. And we got to visit the Anne Frank School, which is, if you look at pictures of Anne Frank, there's a picture of her in a classroom, and you can see the classroom behind her. That's the school she attended. It's still open. It's used, I can't remember if it's K-5 or if it's multi-form, but it's still in great shape. It's fascinating. We got to go to the classroom where that picture was taken, and you can see objects that were in the picture that are right there. It's really kind of brings everything to life. But the thing that stuck with me is we had a kind of a question and answer session, like all our kids and a group of older kids from that school. And the thing that struck me was they knew so much about America and so much about our politics. George W. Bush was the president at the time. And they were asking us they were asking us, why is he so stupid? It's basically they were being much more polite, but they were asking those kind of questions because they were so informed. And we're talking, 10, 11-year-old kids that are asking these questions. This brings me back to my question is, why do you suppose, is there an academic reason that Americans seem so disinterested in the rest of the world? The rest of the world is very educated on America and on other countries and on other cultures, but it just seems like people have no interest.
It can be tied into this whole MAGA movement because it's based around the idea of American exceptionalism, right? If America's the best, why do we need to learn about anybody else? Mm-hmm. Right? It's this whole I like Lewis Black, the comedian, his Black on Broadway said, he's like, if America was the new coworker, they would be unalived in a day, right? Because they walk in and I'm the best fucker here. All of you will be shit without me, right? And that kind of describes why we are so disinterested in learning about the rest of the world, because if you're the best, what do you have to learn from? Who do you have to learn from, right? Because you only learn about people so that you can improve yourself, right? American exceptionalism, this myth that we are this top country, and that ties into Christian nationalism, that we're this top country because of God, right? That doesn't inspire curiosity to find out how other countries live, how other people live, right? To go back to Lewis Black, you don't know that you're the best. They could be giving away, things for free, like, beer or health care, right? We don't bother because we already think we know everything. And that's why we're ranked out of the 30 comparable countries, we're 33, whatever. We're the bottom in education.
I think it's the entitlement. I think I'll add in the American exceptionalism. I think Americans feel entitled. Therefore, it's not necessary for me to learn about other nations because why bother? It's this whole isolationism mindset, right? Wanting to go back to America first, build a wall about the whole damn thing on realizing that the rest of the world is just moving past us exponentially. I mean, think about China and their innovations in technology as an example. Our education first in the cost of healthcare, 42nd in outcome, underperforming schools, underfunded public education. I mean, it's, yeah.
Which is why we have to have those H-1 visas, right? To bring in, because Americans aren't smart enough to do the jobs, according to Trump.
That's right. I mean, I think it goes deeper, honestly. Like, there's so much, as a dual citizen, as someone who's raised by a English parent and an American parent, and especially an American parent that lived a lot of their time abroad, because my mother lived in Spain for 6 years total. 1 year as an exchange student when she was 12, and then 5 years later after university. One of the things that I've noticed culturally with the United States and Europe is Europeans take their children out. Europeans have discussions with their children. They tend to talk to them more. And that was something that I experienced as a child, where we would have these bigger conversations, and I would go to places that my parents would go. And I would hear American parents say it to my parents all the time. Your children are so well spoken. They think a lot. They do a lot. And part of that was because my father and my mother put a lot of time and effort into making sure that we could function outside of our home, even as children. And that's something I find in the States that doesn't happen. And consequently, when you're aware of that, you get looked at differently, because as a dual citizen, I always felt like an alien in both countries. I'm too American to be British and too British to be American. And I found that quite often when I would speak about other countries to an extent, Americans would push back on that. They're like, we're the greatest country in the world. We're this, we're this, we're this, we're this, we're this. And it's like, yeah, but you're not. I had more freedom as a 14-year-old living in Spain than I've ever had as an American here. I was able to go places and do things that most 14-year-olds wouldn't be able to do, and I was safe doing it. That's not something that's not an American experience. So when we talk about American exceptionalism, there is that as well. It's how we raise our children. We raise our children to answer questions in ABC format. We don't ask our kids to write out like a paper on what's going on or do a paragraph for an answer. We don't do that. Prove your work. Prove your work. And that has led to Americans that need an answer. You have to give them the answer. They want it spoon-fed. It goes into the leftists who they want you to be spoon-fed the answer. They want to be spoon-fed how to do it, how to get involved. It's an entitlement. And it's so core to our culture. What happened during the Bush administration is the veil got ripped away from Europe and the rest of the world. The golden streets of the US ripped away. This is a better country. Anyone can lift themselves up and do the thing. That was ripped away. My dad talks about this a lot, about how he was lied to. He thought it was like this place that you should go and everyone can do better. But realistically, it's supremacy. It's patriarchy. It's all the things that the rest of the world experiences. They just acknowledge it. We don't fucking do that.
Right.
And I could be wrong, Victoria. You go ahead. I'm sorry, man.
The root is still that exceptionalism, right? Like, because we in Europe, they tend to, like, it's still not like the true history, but they tend to teach more of the brutal truth of history, right? To show the good and the bad than we do in America. In America, everything is so whitewashed and so positive spun propaganda. Like, our history courses in K through 12 is much more in line with what North Korea and Russia do than with the rest of Europe.
And if I'm not mistaken, a lot of countries around the world give more holiday time to their workers, encouraging them to go see the world.
They
force them to almost.
You get about 30 days off of vacation time, and that is just vacation time. That does not include sick time. That does not include, like, if you have like medical absences. I think like one of the things that I learned about recently with Germany is that if you get laid off or something along those lines, there is an offer for burnout. So like people who get burnt out, they can take up to a year off because they realize that burnout actually means that you're going to do not as well as at your job. I mean, this is something I talk about with, like they value your work, they value your time, they value those things. And one of the things, and you also get more time. I want to add to this part because this is also part of that. It's when you do all year round schooling and you have more breaks, you have more opportunities to have time off with your children. So you're still getting the same amount of time off, but you're also you're not missing as much education, as well as you're getting time to take a break, which is normal. Those people need time to like feel themselves. But if you work them to death, they're not going to. So like that's part of it. And then also like you've got the mentality is different. Taking a holiday, being able to travel to places where there are multiple options for travel, that's a part of it as well. Most of the United States was built after the 1940s and after the invention of the car. That is why the United States does not have the same travel and transit options that the rest of the world does. And we could go down a whole fucking rabbit hole about our infrastructure. But like, quite simply, it's just easier to travel in Europe. It's easier to move around.
So
it's
much
easier to go somewhere, and there are multiple routes. Like if everything fails, Europe can sustain itself because it's been there for thousands of years. We can't. We don't have the infrastructure. We haven't made advances in the infrastructure to do it. So I mean, like the American exceptionalism is insane.
Well, think about how, I mean, oftentimes, and salaried employees oftentimes are made to feel guilty for asking for time off. That's going to put a big impact on us. Sure. Sorry, I mean, and a lot of people, and then people will succumb to it. People will be like, "Oh, yeah, you're probably right. I'm going to shorten my vacation that I've earned to a couple days." At the end of the year, a lot of companies change their policies on rolling over vacation days and stuff like that. So a benefit is to get that. You accrue it, whether it be combined time off or paid time off. As you accrue, most people can't use it because they're not granted the permission to take the time. It's so fucking backwards.
Or you take it and you end up 58 hours negative in PTO.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Me, right now, I can't take vacation time until June.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to thank you guys for your insight on that, because that's one thing throughout this whole process that's driven me nuts is, and I know, Ben, you see it in your field a lot because you mentioned, okay, well, these are things that have worked in other countries. Well, we're not like other countries. Well, yeah, that's the problem. It's just so frustrating to me that we can't learn from the mistakes and the successes of other countries around the world, as if that somehow hurts our standing to learn and grow. And hey, that's a great idea. We can take that and do it even better.
I want to build off Victoria's point too, Drew, because I think this also ties into what you're saying now. Is like, in order to learn from other countries, you should be able to like get to them, right? Like, have like an easy way to travel between nations, right? Like over here, because we only have Mexico and Canada that we border, right? Whereas in Europe, you can jump on a train. I can be in Edinburgh. I can go down to London. I can go all the way down to Paris, right? Like I can go anywhere in a day on a train, right? And like in the United States, it's almost like each culture is a microcosm in this like many nations, right, in one, right? So we don't have that exposure, right? Like I could get on a train in Europe and go to countries that don't speak English, right? And be exposed to things, whereas in America, like it's much harder to do that, right? And so because in Europe, everybody like, especially when everybody was part of the European Union, right, before Britain pulled out, right, you could work in one country, live in another, travel back and forth. There was a lot of that exchange of human capital that kind of like, ends prejudices and biases, right? Like the fastest way to get rid of bias is to be among people you're biased against.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I want to add to this. I want to add to that because this guy actually gets me thinking. This is how much more sinister it gets. Because I just traveled in November, this past November, to England, and it was the first time I've traveled with my children like this. And when I say Europe and England are more set up to accommodate families and traveling, it is unfucking real. Literally, I hopped off the plane, and when they saw that I had 2 young children and my spouse with me, I'm a British citizen, so I can go through the British line, but they made sure that the children and I got to a closer up to the front. They said, you have children, go to the front, because they knew that like if I was just traveling with my husband, I could get in line, but if I'm traveling with my children, it's easier to do that. Everything for under 5, almost everything for under 5 was free, if not very low cost. We took my son to a football match, soccer for the Americans in the chat, and it was £5 for him to have a seat. Wow. We had our tickets. It was £5. That is insane. we everywhere we went out to eat, there were places where it was free for children to eat because everybody knows kids ain't gonna eat a whole plate of food. Why even bother? And they're portioned right and everything. The museums, the infrastructure, getting on the train, it was free. So like I just had to buy a seat for myself and they would ride with me. And like that is inherent and that's intentional. The reason the United States doesn't do it is they want it to be hard because if it's harder, you're more unhappy. It's the reason we don't have parks. It's the reason we don't have well-established things in the United States is they want to keep us compartmentalized and miserable because the more miserable we are, the less likely we're going to put into our communities, the less likely we're going to build communities and coalitions. And that is part of this. They don't want us to find community. And that's part of the reason this app was taken down.
It's well said, Victoria. And Jace asks this question genuinely. He says, why do people want to come here then? And I think think about where people are coming to the U.S. from, though. Yeah,
I can answer that.
Yeah,
I can answer that. It's a lie. They're coming based on a lie.
Exactly.
They're coming based on a lie.
American dream. That's exactly what I was going to say.
The American dream. It's the American dream. It's a lie. And a lot of Europeans who end up feeling it's a lie end up being told to go home. I get told to leave this country, that I don't belong in this country. Do you know, I can tell you how many times that I've posted and people don't know that I was born here because of the way I speak, I'm not allowed. So it's a lie. That's why they come here. And it is marginally better. But think about the people who are coming from countries. They're coming from countries where they need access to goods and resources. And there are people here who are willing to pay them cheap fucking labor because we don't hold those people accountable. So, and they're stuck in a system of oppression because they come here thinking they're going to have a better life and they start working and they can do those things. But if they're undocumented or if they look different or act different or speak differently, we want to get them out. It's what's happening right now. We're telling them to leave.
Like you said, like they become part of the system. So yes, I mean, it obviously leaving some horrible circumstances, especially in Central and South America, no doubt about it. I mean, the perception is that it will be better. And in many ways, it is better, but you're still part of the machine once you get here that the rest of its experience. And now, because of the color of your skin, you're considered a threat. Ben talked about this earlier about the white man on the ladder of the hierarchy. We have to always find somebody to blame and diminish. The question was also then asked, is it easier to immigrate to Europe? Easier is based on means. If you've got the means, you can pretty much go wherever you want. It's not necessarily easier or harder. It's just it's means.
Easier.
Yeah, it's just means. So
to the person in the chat, I don't sound British because I moved to Tennessee and I got in trouble for my accent. So,
Drew, thanks for jumping in today, buddy. Appreciate you very much.
Thanks for everything, guys. Take care. Have a great day.
See you too.
And to kind of highlight, because Jace also mentions, so we're using them, right? And yes, and we have a historical precedent of that, right? Look at how we treated people from Asia and Mexico in the early 1900s. And then when we didn't need them anymore, we kicked them out of this country, passed laws like the Chinese Exclusionary Acts, right? To kick them out. We literally kidnapped people from Mexico, brought them into cities like Chicago, forced them to work, and then when they were done doing the work we wanted them to do, put them back on buses and took them back. Right?
Yeah.
American history.
I found this, and I think this is semi-relevant to what we've been talking about. I can't credit the author because I don't know who wrote it, but someone wrote it, and it's great. I would venture that Trump is, for all intents and purposes, now superfluous to what the actual goal of this push or coup has always been. Putin's ingenious weaponization of the democratic infrastructure itself. A decades-long plan that used the deep penetration of social media to sway enough vulnerable Americans into supporting the very embodiment of everything they've been taught to be against. Trump is just a, quote, don't look where I'm pointing, bizarro celebrity frontman, while Putin and the oligarchs entrench themselves into power. We are seeing the zombification of America, being pushed and pulled by its manipulators until it is torched and left to stumble to its inevitable and so dreamed of by its enemies end.
Can I just point something out here?
Yeah.
We've been talking about this for about 15, 20 minutes now, and viewership has dropped. And I just want to point out to the Americans in the chat, it's done that because Americans can't hear this kind of feedback.
It's true.
Period.
This goes to, you both know my focus is shaming entitled leftists at this point. I am tired of apathy. I am tired of entitlement. I am tired of saying that you're cause oriented, your fucking bumper sticker game, your supposed support for marginalized communities when those communities needed you the most. Where the fuck were you? Where were you?
All right, y'all. I have to drop and get to campus to teach. This has been great. I don't have a guest, so I don't know if we're going to have a show tonight. So if anybody is a victim of gun violence, or Chris, I see you down in the chat. If you want to come and talk about the costs of gun violence, reach out to me. Hopefully, I will see you all on the Cold Dead Hands tonight at 9 Eastern, 9 to 11. So,
if you need help, Ben, I've got time tonight. Just let me know.
Perfect. Yeah, but yeah, I'll keep you. Why don't you come on anyway?
Okay.
That way we'll at least have a conversation about other things.
Sounds good, buddy. Talk to you later. Thanks for being here.
Bye.
Okay. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Please give Victoria. Please follow her if you haven't. As another reminder, coming up on Monday of next week, I'm going to be joined by this person. Her name is Gabe
ban
Alama.
one and only. Come and get up in the box. I want you to come up and say it to my motherfucking face.
Gabe Alamon, who's running for Congress to replace Matt Gaetz in District 1 in Florida. She'll be our guest on next Monday, 9 a.m. Eastern time. We'll have a chat. Hopefully, also going to get Josh Wheel, who's also running in that special election in Florida. On my website, I should say, on my link tree that's in my bio, you'll find National Ground Game, which is a 50-state organizing entity designed to elect a lot of down ballot Democrats and progressives in particular. Are you connected with National Ground Game, Victoria?
I don't think so.
Well, we're going to make that happen. This group is also supporting Gay and is also supporting Josh. So everybody's always asking for something to do. Well, you can go to the link in the link tree in my bio and fill out your information and say, these are some of the things that I'm good at. These are some of the skills that I have. And who knows, maybe they will align you with a campaign across the country. Don't forget, you can fundraise, you can donate to a cause, you can phone bank. If you're in the district, you can knock on doors. Even if you're not in the district, you can go knock on doors. There's all kinds of things that we all can do because this is a fight, friends. And if you don't see the writing on the wall now, then I don't know if you ever will, quite frankly.
Yeah, if you're looking to get involved with the campaign, we need people to post letters. We need people to reach out. We need people to share information. A lot of these candidates are building their platforms from a zero starting point if they didn't already have a platform. Go and interact with every single one of their videos. Watch them, sit there, keep it up. Guys, we can make change here. And wouldn't it be the biggest nice little fuck you to the Trump administration to get all three of these positions elected when they told that they're like, there's no chance. Wouldn't it be fucking phenomenal? It's the best middle finger you can give President Trump and President Elon Musk.
So true. Band Chick, how are you today?
Good morning. I'm just sitting here listening and thinking of a few things. I saw a couple videos where there are some creators saying, like, with all the stuff with our taxes, like, they're trying to cut social programming, like, what if we just didn't pay into taxes anymore? Plus, it doesn't feel like they're doing anything for us anyway. Like, I feel like our constituents argue more than they actually do anything. Also, passing ridiculous bills. There was a bill in Connecticut that's proposed where we should put the start times of the movies when they actually start after the previews. Why are these things that were more important than the actual things that we should be worried about? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's the distraction. Yeah, it's the distraction. As far as taxes, we are. You have to pay your taxes. Like if you work for a company and they're going to take your taxes out. So I get that, right? I mean, I get that, but I don't know how that would work. To not
I just
pay
meant
your
like if
taxes.
we use a whole. I mean, if the majority of the people just stop paying it, what are they going to arrest us all? Put us all in jail? I'm just trying to think of we can do something because protesting the machine to me it's really wrong. Anything.
Again, Nikki, I'm not suggesting not paying your car insurance. I'm not suggesting that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying these are the kinds of things because you have to go after the money. Listen, I see this every day. Follow the money, right? That's the only thing that may make a difference, right? As a small business owner, I'm on the hook for taxes. Like I could lose my business license, but I'm contemplating with my accountant, like, what can we do here? I'm talking to him about how filling out FAFSA paperwork, and I said my goal was to look poor on paper. He's like, "Don't worry, you do." I'm like, "Okay, that's good to know." But it's things like that we have to be concerned about. Like I talked about this earlier. If Pell Grants go away, I do not know how I pay for college. I'm selling my house. Just shit like that.
And I want to add to this too, guys. Like, I think what you're alluding to is all of us pushing back together, and that can happen. We can do this, and we can push back in multiple ways and neutralize them. Right now, it kind of feels like we're floundering, and that's part of the problem because it doesn't seem like there's no real leadership. And that part is hard. That was like one of the feedback I got this weekend was people like, there's no leadership. Like, where are the people speaking up? And you're right, there isn't. They aren't speaking up, and there's a plethora of reasons for that. But I want to empower every single person in this chat, every single person who wants to speak to us, who feels like they're doing. We work for you. Force it. Force it. Show them that you are there and you're standing beside them. Because guess what? If we all stand up together, we can in fact make change. And I think that empowering every single person, the 830 people in here, stand up, push back, speak out. Those things empower those of us who are going to be more vocal. And that's going to help every single person, but we have to do it together. And, we said it here before, we'll say it again. You know what? The resistance is there if you know where to look.
For the record, I was not suggesting anybody commit any crime. That's not what I was. I was suggesting,
I know that.
like we need to do something. Like you said, Victoria, we get together, we need to organize something to learn. They do
how do I want to say this? You're the person you should forgive because your vote has now impacted your community. And I feel like I feel like if there are many for whatever reason, and I agree with Victoria's sort of analogy about it's a public transportation system. It's not going to get us all the way to Bright. It's going to get us partial way there, and then we might have to walk the rest of the way. But at least we know we're in the right neighborhood. So I would say, is it truly forgiveness? Because your lack of participation in this process has affected my daughter, right? So that's the reality.
Yeah.
You whatever whether it would be anger, whether you felt like it was justified at the time because you feel like your vote didn't matter because of the state you voted in, but enough people felt that way that brought us to this point.
I agree. And also I really don't want to be one of those people that doesn't take accountability. My vote impacted my daughter and my son as well. I have a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old. And I feel really bad. But also I truly didn't believe that my vote was worth anything, and it was the only way that I could push back. I regret it. But also now I'm like, holy fuck, like now is the time to work together. And so I'm working on organizing with people. I'm working on moving to Canada. As soon as I can get money to get a ride to the border, I have a place to go. It's terrifying.
Pax, here's the problem, right? So you're now in a position where you can just leave it all behind, right?
Well, I have to.
You voted for that, though. You're the way you chose to vote, and now you can just run.
Well, I was actually planning on leaving if he became president anyway. So
but Pax, but you contributed to that. So so many other people in your community don't have the ability to run.
Well, but I am organizing with people, the people that I'm organizing with we're going to be able to do better good outside of the US right now. But because it is dangerously unsafe for me to be here. And as like a disabled trans atheist.
Pax, you voted for that though. The way in which you chose,
listen, I didn't even have a ride to the voting place. I don't have a vehicle.
I understand that, but you're saying you're working on trying to leave now. So I mean, it's like you made this choice for whatever reason you made it, but you made it, and now you want to leave.
Well, I was going to leave anyway.
So then you were going to leave anyway. You couldn't have made the decision to say, I'm going to do everything I can to help protect the community that I care about.
I tried to. I didn't have a ride. Like that was really more what it was. Like, I'm not trying to escape what you're saying here, but I am saying that my life, I have applied for something like 200 programs in the last year and a half, and I've been able to work with like 4 or 5 of them. And I haven't been medicated. I haven't had access to health insurance. I have had panic attacks. And it's been, in October, I was in a homeless shelter in West Virginia and went up to Minnesota. Because that's where my home state is. I have been perilously unsafe, and I made a bad choice, and so what I'm saying is I don't get to just fall off the planet and stop. And also I am not looking to stop fighting, even though I made a bad choice. And so I have this plan. It's been unsafe for me in America for a while, as a poor person. And so I I agree that I should have made it. I should have voted. However, you don't know where I've been. I didn't even have a current ID until yesterday or until last week. So it's just I haven't had an income since October of 2023. It's been really hard. I'm escaping a cop. And a lot of stuff has changed for me. And so I used to be different and now I'm not. And now I'm just blathering. Anyway, I thank you so much. I you guys, you don't know what it is to be unmedicated.
Pax, no one is diminishing your personal situation. I guess I would just ask you to really think about the consequences of your actions, and then your response to it is to just leave. So that's a hard truth to potentially hear, but that's as you've described it to us. You did what you did for the time, for all these various reasons, whatever they may be. And now your solution to that is just to run away from the problem that you helped create.
But can't I help more from farther away?
We're not saying that you can't.
But
Like
that's not the point. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Not the point.
Yeah, but
the point is that in a way it's a point of privilege that you're leaving.
Oh, 100%.
People within your community are going to suffer. People outside of your community are going to suffer. And, a big part of this and a big part of doing the work is understanding our role and how it affects everyone. I'm not comfortable 95% of the time with some of the things that go on in the United States, but instead of leaning away from them, I lean into them to learn and to do those things. And I think what Steve is asking for you to do, and what I hope that you'll do, is that you'll sit down and look at everything. And we understand that you have a lot going on in your life. I can hear the pain in your voice. I can hear that things have not gone well. That doesn't change the fact that a lack of engagement got us here. And we're not asking you to take accountability for every single person who didn't vote. We're asking you to take accountability for your lack of a vote and how your reaction now is going to affect it. And that doesn't require an answer, and it's not to make you feel guilty. That's not to make you feel those things, because I know that you already feel those things. Now is the time to show in action how we can make this better. And I feel like, and I hope that you will be able to do those things and be able to help your community from outside the United States, because I do understand it's unsafe. I have several friends that I'm helping leave. I mean, shit, I have my own leaving plans, but I've decided to stay and fight because I want to see better. I want to do better. And I know that I can. That's not going to be everyone's fight. And we should remember that in the comments before we comment on that. And we're not going to misgender. We're not going to be unkind. We're just hoping that you will see that what we're frustrated with is the entitlement. The reason, there are going to be 100 reasons not to show up. There's going to be 100 reasons to not put your foot through the door. But when you choose to put the foot through the door, regardless of your circumstances, you ask for help, regardless of your circumstances, that shows true initiative. So I really do hope, Pax, I hope that you stay safe. Genuinely, I hope that you stay safe. I hope that I can make this country better for you. And I hope that you will continue the work and continue to fight, because you deserve better. Just like everyone else, you deserve better.
Thank you. I agree. Thanks for letting me up. And I really do appreciate you guys, and I want to do the right things, and I want everyone to work together, because we finally know who the villain is. We know what we're fighting now, and now that we do, I feel like we can which, it's the oligarchs and stuff like that, right? But like now that we do, we can come together. And it's taken me a long time to get here to understand this, but I'm here, and I hope that we can get a lot of other people here too.
Okay, thank you, Pax.
Thanks.
Hey guys, I understand we're having big feelings about the leaving, but sometimes people aren't safe, and I'm not going to judge someone for choosing safety. The rest of us just have to fight a little bit harder.
I'm sorry.
It's
I need
disappointing.
I need to be sincere, because I have been saying this from the beginning. That is an example of entitlement. That is an example of, I've got to be honest, and I've tried to hold my tongue here, but it is unacceptable to me, because if one person feels that way, then others do. And I think it's, we talk often about communities that vote against their best interests, and we often equate that to the right. That's an example of what just happened.
Yeah.
And surely I will have an empathetic heart for what somebody's gone through, but literally to make the decision that they made, and then to say, well, shit, I got to run now because of how horrible it is. That is the epitome of entitlement.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, it's not.
It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. Everyone in the chat,
mods, I get it, and I understand that the chat has gotten a little bit crazy, but this is coming from me. I will go out on the island of myself. I have been very clear from the beginning about the damage that protest voters have caused. And this is an example of the damage that a protest vote has caused. We don't need to be misgendering. That's unacceptable. We don't need to be doing that. But everybody that's in that position, for whatever reason, has to feel the burden, especially those people that are impacted that are in a marginalized community, especially those people that now find themselves in a position to be able to leave. So, again, it's okay, Sam. You don't have to shut up. I'm talking to my mod chat now. I'm going to say this again. Imagine if every one of these protest voters, because that's what I'll call them. So I think everybody knows what I mean when I say that. Imagine if every one of these protest voters, right, decided they all had the means to pack up and leave. So what happens? Everybody else is left behind to pick up the pieces. I've had to check myself on this numerous times. You don't think I want to get my 17-year-old daughter and get her the hell out of here? I want her to, but I'm not leaving. I'm not. Just imagine if everybody who had that same approach, the 18% of voters in Michigan, who are members of the Arab American community, who voted against Kamala Harris by either voting for Trump, not voting, or voting for Jill Stein. Minnesota had had a good chunk of voters there as well. They ended up voting blue. It's not acceptable to me. It's not acceptable. I'm sorry, it is just not acceptable. It'd be one thing to say, I regret my vote. I am going to stand here and fight. But I regret my vote, but I'm leaving. Sorry, it's just not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
I'll be right back, Steve.
No sweat. Quincy, how are you today?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay? You're on my Bluetooth.
Yeah, I got you. You're fine.
Okay, perfect.
There's just a big echo.
Oh no. Okay, let me disconnect really quick. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I got you fine.
Still?
No, it sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Sorry about that. I just got very nervous, so I apologize if my brain is squirrely at all. First off, I just want to thank you for the accountability that you hold, but also the manner that you deliver it. I also think not only for the folks who didn't vote, but our Democratic leaders letting us down in such a big way with Biden dropping out so late after that debate. I think that debate went more viral than probably anything else in the campaign afterwards. And then the celebrity endorsements, folks not being able to relate to that and putting on a pedestal endorsements like people like Dick Cheney, who, you know, was not looked at in a positive way while he was in office. And so I think those are some ways, just a couple that steered really wrong, that kind of screwed us over in this election period. Also, I think that, you know, people got scammed on the right, which hopefully they are able to see that at some point. There hasn't been enough time once they get screwed over. I think it's everybody's hope that maybe the mindset shifts, but at the same time, I'm not a psychic, so not able to determine that yet. But something that I wanted to bring up that hopefully is okay is I'm a full spectrum doula. So I'm not sure if you know what that is.
I do. My two boys were born via doula, so yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so full spectrum is essentially the 4 pieces of reproduction. So I do birth, postpartum, loss, and abortion support. And so obviously I have a lot of concerns, and there's a lot of concerns in my workplace. I work for a nonprofit, and so we offer free services to our whole county. So that's a really lovely thing to offer because we take all insurances. One of the biggest ones we take is Medicare and Medicaid. So that's a concern as well, working in a nonprofit. Steering off of that, I'm feeling like the blocks on the federal funding freeze, what Musk is doing right now is going through a back door to still implement exactly what they wanted to do with cutting off those that funding. But also there's a lot of, so basically there's a lot of fear mongering happening in terms of what we see the future panning as, which is completely valid because I think a lot of us see where this is going. I've been trying to center myself on focusing on what is happening right now than getting so wrapped up into where my fears are in the future. Although
Where's the fear mongering though? I'm curious as to where do you think the fear mongering is coming from?
I think what I'm pertaining to is me imagining a world I'm living in 6 months from now. I think fear mongering might have been definitely the wrong term to use for that, more so just me living in the future rather than what I can work on in the present of what's happening right in this moment. And then obviously where we're leading up to for the future as well. I think that it's really important. I think that's where I just find myself getting so overwhelmed that shock and awe starts to affect me to a point where I don't feel productive, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, I don't think fear mongering is the word. I think what I'm hearing you're saying, you know, we have the reality of what we know now. You're not sure of the future. You're trying not to allow yourself to go there because then you'd be perhaps even more immobilized than you are now.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. That was the wrong.
That's okay. That's okay. There's a lot. I get it.
Yeah. But basically, I'm just extremely concerned about the future of the birth world and, of course, abortion access as well. I live in a really blue state. And so since Roe was overturned, our abortion access hasn't been affected thus far. Although I will say I work at Planned Parenthood once a month and work for 10 hours only providing abortion support to clients if they want it.
Victoria's here. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I have to just deal with this real quickly.
You're good. You're good. And I apologize again if I'm being squirrely. I just I got really nervous, like I said.
It's always nerve-wracking when you come up on these lives. I'm still nervous, and I've been doing it for a while.
It's so funny because I actually used to do lives really often myself after Roe was overturned. but then I stopped and now I get really nervous. Anyways, so what really got me into my work was awareness around postpartum depression and mental illness in general, which I think is already grossly undereducated around in our country. And my fear is that we're about to see things take a far worse turn in this regard. Not only that, but a lot of people aren't aware that gynecology in general, the tools that we have now, is based on a history of racism. And so, who is called the father of gynecology, who actually has a statue in Central Park, developed the speculum, which a lot of women are aware about when they go to the gynecologist, by doing experiments that were completely unethical. And so the medical books already haven't even been updated. The maternal death rate for Black women is 4 times higher than for white women. And I also fear that that is about to get a lot worse. I've witnessed things during births that are wildly different than what I witness for a white woman giving birth. So those are just kind of like the aspects of where I'm coming from. There's a heaviness definitely in the air where I'm working. It can be hard to show up for the community right now, but I'm doing my best. But we work with trans folks, we work with undocumented folks, and I guess I just wanted to talk a little bit about what's happening and what the energy is in that kind of work right now, when it pertains to folks with uteruses and what they're dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that this is a big concern for a lot of people. Jessica Valenti talks a lot about this. And I'm glad that we have like doulas and whatnot. I didn't use a doula, but I have friends who did. And it's really important. It's really important work. And it helps build up the system that we already have. And I think that we should have more opportunities for it. But I hear what you're saying. I think it is kind of terrifying what's coming down the pipeline. And I think that staying on top of it is going to be the only way we're going to get through. But I also do want to say that I don't think it's going to look like Handmaid's Tale, because I think that's like the comparison. People are always like, why do you compare to Handmaid's Tale? I'm like, that's just people watch TV, whatever. I think it's going to look more like Hunger Games level. I think that that's kind of the direction this country is going as far as fascism. But I hope that we can make it easier, because as a mom who is still in my, birthing years, it's terrifying to me that if anything happens, if anything fails and I get pregnant, that I could die. So.
Yeah, no, and thanks for bringing it up, Victoria, because I also struggle with the flood of Handmaid's Tale-esque videos that I see show up on my feed. I think it almost separates, we're not living in a television show, right? I mean, our president is a reality TV show person and acts like it, but
to say the least.
Right? But we're not living in. I actually got to see Margaret Atwood speak a couple months ago, which was fantastic. But we're not living in The Handmaid's Tale, and that's not what it's going to look like. I agree, and so focusing more on what the facts are of what we're looking at right now and how we can support people with uteruses moving forward. And that's not telling everybody that we're about to live in Gilead, which is a fictional place. Now, are people going to be forced to give birth against their will? Sure, that's already happening. And we're already seeing death cases rise. I mean, since I think, I can't remember the statistic, but there was a statistic that came out of Texas, I think just a county in 2023, but I can't remember it. So that's probably not even useful that I'm talking about it, but it was like a gross amount.
of deaths that happened. And I think it was also the amount of kiddos, 11 and under, who had to leave the state for abortions, which just shows what a lot of people are saying doesn't happen, right? Is such a small statistic that it doesn't even matter, where there's cases of SA where younger kiddos are needing that kind of care.
See, Quincy, I don't think, to be honest, I don't think Handmaid's Tale is too far a stretch. I mean, we are looking at legislation that's already been introduced in Congress that is the beginning of a national abortion ban.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
we have to talk about that. We have to talk about it in terms of, again, it's not like this. It's not a left-wing talking point when there's bills introduced that require women to get the consent of the men in their life before they can have any kind of health care at all. That is the reality. That's not fear-mongering. That is not creating sort of, twisting the reality. That is real. That is real. It's sure it's maybe not the Margaret Atwood with the same color uniforms, but it's as close as we're going to get when the majority of our country doesn't have say over their own health care.
And I think I want to add here, I think that a lot of people reference this because Margaret Atwood has said it before, that everything in her book is real. Everything that you read in The Handmaid's Tale is done elsewhere. Everything that's depicted in the TV show is done either in the United States or in this world. So when we talk about that, we use it as a reference because it's a visual guide to what it could look like. But it is possible that that's what it's going. I just lean away from it because our Black, Brown, and Indigenous brothers and sisters have been screaming this for years. This is stuff that happened within the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And I just lean away from it because of that aspect, as well as the other side of this is we're watching a fascist government take form, and it looks way more like Hunger Games at the moment. It doesn't mean that those things won't come down the pipeline and it won't look like some weird twisted version of both things. And we only use those because that's what people can relate to. They relate to it. It's like the velociraptors testing the fence line from Jurassic Park. That's what's going on with our laws right now, where they're testing to see where the weakness is. They're testing to see what they can break through. We're using those as a reference to those things, but we shouldn't get lost in the sauce of this is real world and it's happening today and it is happening to our brothers and sisters. And we need to make sure that we acknowledge that and treat it as it is. Because Steve, I agree with Steve, I don't think this is fear mongering. I'd rather eat crow in 4 years. I want to be on this app in 4 years and tell you that I was fucking wrong, because you know what, that is a much better outcome than anything else that I've got going on up here. So when I say I want to be wrong, I want to be wrong. But when I use those examples are just so that you have a visual picture. It is not what it's going to look like, I don't think.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Victoria. I do agree with you. And again, I want to say that fear-mongering was the wrong term. What I was trying to say was I'm also really trying to find a healthy balance of really focusing and paying attention to what's happening right this second and what's being implemented right this second and what folks are going through. And then also looking at bills that are being proposed and where we are headed towards in the future and taking that really seriously at all. I don't agree with waiting until something happens to act on it then. So I just want to make that really clear that I'm trying to pay attention to as much as I can. I was really blessed to be raised by a philosophy professor who always instilled in me to critically think and look at everything in the most introspective view that I can. There is a bill, and I'm so sorry, I cannot remember the names of these bills. There's a bill that just came up in South Carolina that actually specifically names abortion doulas, which is interesting because I don't think I've seen a bill specifically named doulas yet. And so I think there's also
a fear that my colleagues and I are trying to push through right now, in terms of even being scared to be present for these abortion procedures, and fear that like somewhere down the road perhaps we'll be prosecuted for it, right? And so like putting my privilege aside and trying to show up for folks to the best of my ability, because I'm overwhelmed too, you know, but this work that I do is so important to me. I'm just trying to find a balance. We're not that long into this, and obviously like everybody is feeling the heaviness of how fast the news has been coming out, and I understand that it's designed to do that.
Exactly.
I'm just a human, and I'm trying to work through my own experience to still be able to show up for a community that I care so much about. I'm a mom as well. I have a 2 and a 4-year-old, so I'm in the thick of that as well. So just, yeah, totally. So just, I guess navigating all, I'm not trying to make this conversation just about me, because hopefully I'm conveying that it's so much beyond my personal experience. I also just wanted to ask really quick on your perspective of the protests so far. So something that I've noticed is when I've seen these live streams come up of them, almost every single person is live streaming it themselves on their phone, which almost makes me feel like they're not in the moment in the way that perhaps folks used to be when involved in these kinds of protests. But at the same time, I am consuming that content, right? I'm watching the live streams, and our phones are also useful for so many of us to be getting this information, to be having these kinds of conversations. It's really important. But I'm wondering if you have any sort of perspective on if social media and where we're at in this day and age is almost getting in the way of a movement.
I have to drop you, Quincy, because I do have to wrap, but I'll answer your question. But thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, we can talk about that sort of all day. I think the did you see him? Yeah, I think let's be real. Everybody wants the light on them. I think people who choose to use their platforms to get clicks, to say, hey, I was there, I think that's performative. I think it's bullshit, quite frankly. I'll call it like I see it. I think that these protests are great. I think they'll gain strength. I kind of played it down the middle last week. I didn't want to encourage or discourage either way. I was calling out safety for the most part. That's what I was doing. So I'd like to see more of it. I'd like to see it less be performative, less and more of it being real. And that's what I want to see. We do have to wrap, but I just want to say something. I've tried to be nothing but sincere in this space since the day I started here. And I have been very critical of what I would describe as protest voters. And I will continue to be critical of that, especially when, in an attempt to create a little self-reflection, you also state that you are running from the problem that you helped create. It's unacceptable. It is just unacceptable. I was called out on this app a while back, and I'll never forget the conversation because I was talking about the same thing, and I got called out by a Puerto Rican woman, and she said to me flat out, "You're going to fucking run? You're going to run now? You're going to run now?" No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I think that goes to everyone who's ever been a protest voter. If you're going to now say, well, you know what, this shit sucks, but I'm going to cash in my 401k and I'm going to move to Costa Rica. Well, then you're perhaps worse than what we see on the right. So that may rub people the wrong way. And at the end of the day, I don't care what community you represent. Because if you are literally going to the mat to say that I can't do this for whatever reason, and I created this problem because of my lack of my apathy and or my, my protest, and then I'm going to run from it, then you're just as bad. Victoria, any last words?
All right, well, guys, pick one thing today. I want to challenge every single one of the panelists who came up here who say they want to make change. Do something. Pick something to do. Make that an education thing. Make it a outreach. Find something that you can be passionate about that can involve change. And if you weren't up on the panel and you're wondering what that is, get involved. Volunteer. Reorganization is happening for the Democratic Party. If you want the Democratic Party to look more like you and you're a leftist, go get involved. We are looking for people to volunteer. We are looking for new minds, new heartbeats, new ideas. And if you are getting pushback, send them my direction, because I'm a county chair and I want to see better change within the party. I want to see better representation, and I'm not afraid of having different people there. So do that. And as always, stay hydrated. Vote blue.
Thank you, Victoria, for being here. I appreciate that.
you.
I'm going to raid Matt. I'm sure you'll find Victoria over there at some point today.
I'm going to head there right now.
So head on over and say hello to USMC Angry Vet for us. Just as a reminder, next Monday, we're going to be interviewing Gaye Valamont, who's running in District 1 in Florida to replace Matt Gaetz. She'll be joining us at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be promoting it throughout the course of the week. Everybody, the resistance is out there if you know where to look. Thank you, mods. Appreciate you guys. See you tomorrow morning right here, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Thanks, everybody. See you later and have yourselves a good day.